Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to one and all today for today's event, and we shortly welcome our guest of honor for today's event. Please welcome Honorable Minister Shri Sripat Naik Ji, Honorable Minister for Port, Shipping and Waterways and Tourism. A big round of applause for him. Thank you so much, sir. So welcome to you, sir, on behalf of JNPA and MBPA. As Mumbai refreshes itself today with the rains, we decided to do the same, refresh, reimagine, reinvent, and celebrate with the rains the 25 glorious years of public-private partnership. As we all know, with the opening of the Indian economy, the Government of India had allowed private sector participation in the major ports to infuse funds, induct latest technology, and improve management practices in addition to the capacity and enhancement of the performance. And JNPA has been privileged to get into an agreement in the port sector with the DP World in 1997. Let's have a big round of applause for celebrating today 25 years of that. I would like to welcome our guest of honor today on the stage. Sir, Honorable Sripat Naik Ji, Honorable Minister for Port, Shipping and Waterways and Tourism. Would also like to welcome Chairman, Bombay Port Trust, Shri Rajiv Jalota Ji, Chairman JNPA, Shri Sanjay Sethi Ji, Deputy Chairman, Shri Unmesh Sharadbag, and Deputy Chairman, MBPA. I would request Deputy Chairman, JNPA, to please welcome the dignitaries with a bouquet. Thank you so much, sir. We would like to start this two-day conclave on an auspicious note by lighting of the lamp. Thank you so much, sir. I request Chairman JNPA, Shri Sanjay Sethi Ji, to please give the welcome address.
A very good morning to you all. On behalf of Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, I would like to extend very warm greetings to Honorable Shripad Naik, Honorable Minister of State for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Mumbai Port Authority Chairman Shri Rajiv Jalota, my colleague Unmesh Wagh, and Adesh, Deputy Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. We've gathered here today to mark 25 years of public-private partnership in India's maritime sector. It was JNPA's terminal NSICT, which was commissioned exactly 25 years back, July 1997. With the opening up of Indian economy, the government of India had allowed private sector participation in the major ports to infuse funds, to induct latest technology, improve management practices, and for addition of capacity and enhancement for functional efficiency. Public-private partnership mode of development thus has completed 25 years, as I said. Since then, PPP now has become the preferred mode of infrastructure development in major ports. And in the recent years, it accounts for as much as 90% of the new investment in berths and terminal infrastructure. NSICT, which is actually the DP World, is managed under, sir, a 30-year build, operate, transfer agreement, which basically defines the risks and the responsibilities matrix between the concessioning authority and the concessionaire. And during these 25 years, we have witnessed the installation of state-of-art cargo handling facilities and improvement of efficiencies to bring us at par with the leading international ports. I may proudly share that this year in the Lloyd's list, sir, JNPA figured at 26th rank in the whole world among the top 100 ports. Encouraged with the services offered by this terminal, JNPA continued to adopt PPP model to expand the facilities from time to time. And now we have all our other valuable partners like BPCL, APMT, NSIGT, and BMCT in this journey. The Maritime Public-Private Partnership Conclave 2022 is being organized by all major port authorities at the regional level with the participation of non-major ports, maritime boards, tourism boards, senior regional officers of all relevant central and state government departments. This conclave will be of 2 days with 5 to 6 sessions during these 2 days. The conclave is expected to discuss the experience of current PPP operators as well as the future expectations by the prospective operators. The sessions are expected to come out with fruitful implementable suggestions which will be documented as takeaways from the 2-day enclave. There are also sessions on topics like future projects in Maharashtra with active participation from the Maharashtra Maritime Board, potential of marina in Mumbai, opportunities of RoRo and RoPax. More so, other important issues like the disparity in the tariff regime between old and new PPP operators, applicability of tariff guidelines, and the other nitty-gritties which the PPP operators may like to discuss. It is generally felt that a mechanism to bring level playing field among the competing PPP operators is to be thought of. The journey of PPP in ports has evolved to a level where, with the coming of the Major Ports Authorities Act 2021, we have moved surely towards a market-based regime. We will discuss in detail some of these issues which helps use this model for bringing the best in our ports. I welcome the Honorable Minister once again and thank him for inaugurating it. I welcome all the dignitaries and hope that we will have very, very fruitful discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. So that was a brief overview of the sessions that we'll be having in the next 2 days. Now I request Chairman, Bombay Port Authority, Shri Rajiv Jalota ji, to please address the gathering.
Our Honorable Minister for Port Shipping and Waterways and Ministry of Tourism, Shri Shripad Nayak ji, my colleague Sanjay Sethi, Shri Unmesh Wagh, Adesh Titarmaraj, our colleagues from various PSUs of our ministry, MD IPRCL, MD IPGL, and various honorable speakers who have agreed to attend this conference. In fact, this is the first Maritime PPP Conclave 2022, which is among a series of conclaves which will be conducted by our ministry across major ports, highlighting the importance of PPP in fostering growth in the Indian major ports. I congratulate Jawaharlal Nehru Port and our ministry on completion of the 25 years of privatization of the first berth at Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority. It has been an interesting and evolving PPP journey in the port sector in India, having achieved several milestones while serving us important and relevant lessons for the future. In fact, Mumbai Port was the first major port to experiment privatization when in the year 1994 it leased out one berth, number 1 Indira Dock, to Messrs. American President Lines, and during the lease period, the throughput at the berth had increased substantially. Subsequently, another berth, berth number 3 at Indira Dock, was licensed to Messrs. Express Container Line UK Limited in the year 1996, and the throughput achieved at the berth was twice more than what was achieved earlier. But these privatizations were for a very short duration because of labor issues at Mumbai Port. These two privatizations became the precursor for privatization on a long license period of 30 years, where Jawaharlal Nehru Port implemented the first container berth on BOT project through P&O Ports Australia Private Limited in the year 1997. Actually, in the year 1993, Government of India had requested the World Bank to help with tendering for operation of the JNP container terminal. As the most modern pager port in India and also the port with the fewest labor-related hurdles, JNP was the natural choice as a test case in the Indian major port privatization effort. It was expected that expertise gained from this pilot would serve as a launch pad for the much wider and far more complex privatization efforts at other major ports. World Bank suggested that improving port performance through institutional and operational changes linked with modest investments would substantially increase the capacity and cost competitiveness of existing facilities. Accordingly, the World Bank advocated that there was a strong economic case for a market-led port development and operations co-opting and engaging private sector also in building and operating ports. The World Bank emphasized the gradual need for a public sector port trusts to withdraw from service delivery and play the role of landlord, leaving terminal operations for the private sector. initial model of PPP suggested by the World Bank, in compliance with Section 42 of the Major Port Trusts Act, the experts proposed to license the management, operation and maintenance of the existing terminal for a period of 10 years, but it had to be deferred due to labor issues. Thus, it was decided to privatize only the new container terminal. Now, when we look back, the economic case for PPP, whether it has met its objectives, I think if we examine it in three perspectives, whether the major port capacities have increased, whether productivity at Indian major ports has increased, whether traffic volume at Indian major ports increased. I think in all these three parameters, it shows that PPP has met major objectives. There has been a steady increase in contribution of BOT projects to cargo traffic at major ports. Of the total traffic of about 606 million tons in 2015-16 handled at major ports, the PPP operators handled about 26% of its traffic. During the financial year 17-18, the PPP projects handled about 52% of the cargo traffic at major ports, and in 18-19, almost 54% of the cargo got handled by the private operators. So we have seen a substantial jump in cargo traffic handled by PPP operators at major ports. Similarly, the model concession agreement for PPP has also evolved from the year 2000. It has been revised from time to time in 2008, 16, 2018 and 21. As Chairman JNP Authority just stated, that the present regime is a market-led regime, and there are certain skirmishes as far as existing PPP operators are concerned, so that a proper level playing field can be established in the sector. Government of India, to deal with such situations, had appointed a Shambhu Singh committee. It helped in resolving certain issues in some projects. Guidelines have also been issued in dealing with NPA projects, both at the operation stage and before COD. This will also help ease out disputes and make idle assets productive. Further, GOI has also implemented the Conciliation and Settlement Committee to deal with the disputes of PPP projects without taking recourse to arbitration. This committee has started functioning right now. It is to submit that the guidelines and the policy are being relooked continuously, considering the stakeholders' advice and requests. It is an evolving exercise, and Government of India is committed to easing the problems being faced by the business right now. Your valuable inputs in this conclave will be highly appreciated in making the future of marine PPP projects less challenging for the concessionaire, overcoming the uncertain hurdles and paving the way for a relatively smoother progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting why the PPP model has been a game changer for the port sector. Now it's time to hear from our guest of honor today. Please welcome Honorable Union Minister of State, Shri Shripad Naik ji, for port shipping, waterways and tourism. Naik, sir.
Namaskar. Dear Sri Rajiv Jalota ji, IAS Chairman MBPA, Sri Sanjay Shetty ji, IAS Chairman JNPA, Sri Umesh Sharadwag ji, IRS Deputy Chairman JNPA, Sri Adesh Titarmare ji, IAS Deputy Chairman MBPA, Member of the Press and Electronic Media, dear delegates, a very warm welcome to the distinguished officials and friends present here at the Maritime Public-Private Partnership Conclave 2022. I am honored and delighted to share that the very first agreement between the concessioning authority and concessionary on PPP mode completes its successful 25 years this month. Equipped with 7,500 kilometer long continuous coastline and a large network of navigable rivers, India has enormous untapped potential for developing an effective maritime supply chain. Leveraging this, the PPP model was put in place to redefine the performance through capacity augmentation, efficiency and productivity enhancement, and increased competition. When the port privatization program was flagged off in India in 1997, the sector witnessed a new investment, including the foreign investment. Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, that is Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust, was the pioneer in PPP and entered into the first agreement with the private player, Nhava Sheva International Container Terminal, in July 1997, making it the first port terminal to be developed on PPP basis. Since then, the PPP mode has become the perfect mode of infrastructure development in major ports, accounting for the nearly 90% of the new investment in berth terminal infrastructure. Presently, we have 32 PPP projects working successfully in the major port. Friends, while we celebrate this fruitful 25 years, we need to further strengthen the existing and future PPPs by providing a supportive environment. This is a very important aspect of the public side of the partnership. The government is working on providing a conducive ecosystem by implementing the policies to enhance the legal and political environment, improving the efficiency in the public sector, preparing a robust institutional framework, fastening the clearance process, and providing the finding assistance. As we embark on the new era of the economic resurgence, bolstered by the port-led development, we look forward to streamlining the initiative to promote the private partnership and participation. To drive the economic transformation through the modernization of the port infrastructure requires expansion, upgradation of the berth, construction of the new berth terminals, installation of new and modern equipment, automation of the port operation, and implementation of the web-based port community system. Roping in the private players with the major ports is not only the improving the efficiency of the port sector, but also increasing the earning. The private player, with their capabilities and experience, are augmenting the management of the infrastructure resources and assuring the quality service by inducting the latest technology and improvement management practices. The investment driven through the PPP model will offer greater training and employment opportunities for workers, create job opportunities, and enhance the Indian companies' share in the global market. To further benefit the private players, the government grants concession to promote the transshipment and the coastal shipping and allow the concessionaries at the major port to set tariffs as per market dynamics provides a level playing field. The PPP project in the port sector are of great significance in making the Indian port more competitive and thereby strengthening the India's position in the international trade. This conclave aims the highlighting the major developments towards the reshaping the PPP measures in the Indian port sector, as well as leveraging the immense potential this project possesses in the overall growth aspects of the India's trade. I urge all the maritime stakeholders to bring forward their views on the development of the model and the challenges faced in this sector. With your valuable suggestions and active participation and collaborative efforts, we will formulate the policies to work towards the betterment of this sector. I look forward to this conclave to communicate the objective of this government, particularly the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. MOPSW integrates the planning and coordinated implementation of infrastructure projects to strengthen and broaden the economy, which will generate the employment opportunities, boost exports, enhance the inflow of foreign direct investment, and incite regional integration by supporting this overall economic development of India. Thank you very much. Jai.
Thank you so much, sir, for motivating us and your guidance for conducting this two-day conclave. So it's your support that we have initiated, and we have been the first port, JNPA and MBPA, for organizing this kind of conclave. Now I request Deputy Chairman MBPA, Adesh Titarmare ji, to please deliver the vote of thanks. Sir.
नमस्कार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। दो दिल मिल रहे हैं मगर चुपके चुपके। 80 और 90 के दौर में सरकार और प्राइवेट सेक्टर का मिलना उतना ही कठिन था। मान्यवर एवं मित्रों, वर्ष था 1997 और फिल्म थी परदेश। देश में राजनीतिक और आर्थिक स्तर पर तेजी से बदलाव एवं उथल पुथल हो रहे थे। विदेशी तकनीकों का असर कुछ इतना गहरा था कि फिल्मों के नाम भी परदेश और यस बॉस जैसे थे। लीगल फ्रेमवर्क मौजूद नहीं होने या फिर काफ़ी नए होने के कारण पब्लिक और प्राइवेट की पार्टनरशिप अत्यंत कठिन थी। ऐसे में पश्चिमी तट पर एक ऐसा संस्थान था जिसने स्वयं की और प्राइवेट अर्थात निजी क्षेत्र की शक्ति और संभावनाओं को पहचाना और उनके साथ मिलकर पोर्ट सेक्टर को एक नई दिशा दी। स्वतंत्रता के 50वें वर्ष में 1997 से शुरू हुई वह यात्रा आज आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव और मुंबई पत्तन के 150वें वर्ष में राष्ट्र के विकास का अमृतकाल प्रारंभ कर रही है। राष्ट्र के विकास के इस अमृतकाल में इस शुरुआत के लिए और उसे आज इस पीपीपी कॉन्क्लेव में 25 वर्षों के सफल अंजाम तक पहुंचाने के लिए मैं जवाहरलाल नेहरू पत्तन प्राधिकरण JNPA और उसके जनक मुंबई पत्तन प्राधिकरण MBPA का विशेष उल्लेख करते हुए धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। किंतु इन सबसे पूर्व मैं सर्वप्रथम हमारे प्रेरणा स्रोत माननीय राज्य मंत्री पत्तन, जहाजरानी एवं जलमार्ग मंत्रालय आदरणीय श्री श्रीपाद नाइक महोदय का आभार प्रकट करता हूँ, जिन्होंने अपना आशीर्वाद आज इस कार्यक्रम को और सदैव सभी पत्तनों को दिया है। महोदय, बैठा करते हैं आप हुक्मरानों के बीच, बहुत शुक्रिया जो आए हम दीवानों के बीच। कहा गया है कि त्रिवदम सत्यम, 3 बार जो भी कहा जाए वह सत्य हो जाता है। PPP, पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप, निश्चित रूप से प्रगति और प्रॉस्पेरिटी लाते हुए 1997 से आरंभ होकर आज इस कॉन्क्लेव में अपने वैल्यू प्रपोजिशन, फीजिबिलिटी, इकोनॉमिक कॉस्ट बेनिफिट और परफॉर्मेंस इंडिकेटर्स के दावों को सत्य साबित कर रही है। इस पूरी व्यवस्था को इंडियन पोर्ट एसोसिएशन IPA के माध्यम से दिशा दिखाने के लिए मैं अध्यक्ष मुंबई पत्तन, सह अध्यक्ष IPA श्रीमान राजीव जलोटा जी का आभार प्रकट करता हूँ। Someone has rightly said that change is difficult in the beginning, messy in the middle, but gorgeous in the end. पोर्ट सेक्टर में PPP के माध्यम से बदलाव अर्थात चेंज को बड़ी दक्षता से आगे ले जाने के लिए मैं JNPA के ऊर्जावान अध्यक्ष और आज के कार्यक्रम के मुख्य आयोजक श्री संजय सेठी जी को साधुवाद देता हूँ, धन्यवाद देता हूँ। MOPSW मंत्रालय द्वारा बहुत ही कम समय में PPP कॉन्क्लेव के आयोजन को पूरा करने का निर्देश देते हुए अपॉइंटेड डेट तय कर दी गई थी। बहुत ही सूझबूझ और प्रबंधन क्षमता के साथ सभी कंडीशन प्रेसिडेंट्स को पूरा करते हुए आज के कार्यक्रम को COD तक पहुंचाने के लिए मैं विशेष सराहना और धन्यवाद देता हूं श्री उन्मेष वाघ, उपाध्यक्ष JNPA, और उनकी टीम को जिन्होंने आज के इस कार्यक्रम को सफल बनाया। कहा गया है, एकाकीना तपो द्वाभ्याम पठनम गायनम त्रिभिः चतुर्भि गमनम क्षेत्रम पंचभीर बहुभि रणम। तप अकेले में, पढ़ाई में 2, गाने में 3, अंतिम यात्रा में 4, खेत में 5 व्यक्ति तथा युद्ध में अनेक व्यक्ति साथ होने चाहिए। पोर्ट एंड शिपिंग सेक्टर की कम समय में सीमित संसाधनों के साथ तेज गति के साथ विकास की इस लड़ाई में भी हमें अनेक साथी और अनेक पार्टनर्स चाहिए। P&O पोर्ट्स, DP वर्ल्ड, APM, PSA, BPCL, HPCL, IOCL, ONGC, एजिस, JM बख्शी, M2M तथा अन्य, आप सभी विकास की इस यात्रा में सरकार के साथी है, हमारे पार्टनर है। इस यात्रा के भागी बनने के लिए आप सभी धन्यवाद के पात्र हैं। मैं आप सभी का आभार प्रकट करता हूँ। प्रिंट, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक और सोशल मीडिया के साथियों का विशेष आभार, जिन्होंने PPP जैसे क्लिष्ट विषय को जनता के बीच सरलता के साथ पहुँचाने में हमारी हमेशा से सहायता की है। आज के कार्यक्रम के मंच संचालक, कार्यक्रम के आयोजक, इवेंट मैनेजमेंट एजेंसी, MBPA और JNPA के ट्रस्टीगण, पदाधिकारियों, केंद्रीय कस्टम और अन्य संस्थानों के प्रतिनिधियों के प्रति भी मैं अपनी कृतज्ञता प्रकट करता हूँ। यदि आभार प्रकट करने में कुछ नाम छूट गए हैं तो वह भूल नहीं किंतु सदिच्छा से ही किया गया है, क्योंकि कल समापन समारोह में उनके प्रति कृतज्ञता व्यक्त भी की जाएगी और अभिनंदन भी किया जाएगा। अंत में आप सभी का आभार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र।
Thank you so much, Adesh ji. Before we start with the panel discussions for this 2-day conclave, I would request our chairman for a photo opportunity with all of the dignitaries. Would like to thank again our Honorable Minister for State, Shri Shripad Naik ji. I would request all the media friends to please gather in the next room for the press meeting. And we start the next panel discussion in just 5 minutes.
A big thank you to our dignitaries for that inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the next part of the conclave. My name is Rahul Majral, and now it's time for a very enriching and enlightening session. We talk about the Silver Jubilee year, but the most important part is this is the 75th Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and we are celebrating 25 glorious years. Like they always say, कि ना तकलीफ ना मुश्किल तो क्या मज़ा है जीने में, बड़े बड़े तूफान थम जाते हैं जब आग लगी हो सीने में. We are going to take it forward with a very enriching and enlightening session, the evolution and sharing of experience on 25 years of PPP projects in India. And for the panel discussion, may I first invite the convener, Shri Unmesh Sharad Wagji, Deputy Chairman, JNPA. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Shri Unmesh Sharad Wagji. Also joining in on our panelists are Mr. Jibu K. Iti, CEO, DP World. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause. Also joining in would be Captain Alok Mishra, GM, APM Terminals, and Captain T. Madan Mohan, CEO, BM CTPL. Let's welcome the team and the panelists with a big cheer, everybody. A big round of applause as we proceed with our panel discussion.
Hello. Yeah. Very good morning to all. The first session on PPP is PPP projects in India, evolution and sharing of experience. During inaugural session, both the chairman and honorable minister gave certain facts about the first PPP, which is NSICT in JNPA, which is also first PPP in port sector in India. The concession was awarded in 1997, and now this month only we are completing 25 years. After this first PPP, JNPA further gave 3 terminals on PPP, one again to the DP World, one to GTI, and one to Port of Singapore. They are having their Indian subsidiaries who are managing all those concessions. I will try to make this session interactive and more lively, so that it should not be too technical, and so that you can also engage throughout the session. We have half an hour. Let me introduce my colleague panelist. To my left, Mr. Jibu Iti, CEO, DP World. In JNPA, he has 2 terminals, NSI City, which is completing 25th year, and NSI GT. Then I have Captain T. Madan Mohan, who is CEO BMCTPL. He is new to JNPA, but not new to PPP or port sector, but he just joined as a CEO. To my right, I have Captain Alok Mishra, GM, APM Terminal. During the morning session, informally when I was discussing with these 3 gentlemen, I told them, you have the best concessioning authority, that is JNPA. And Jibu didn't have any option but to agree. Because he has 2 terminals in JNPA, so he can't say no. So, definitely, this PPP business, as Adesh during his Thanksgiving speech said, it is a meeting of mind. And whatever the concession agreement, whatever you put in that document, and whatever you try to add and to cover each and every aspect of the day-to-day working between concessioning authority, that is government, and the private entity, that is the concessioner. But it is not possible to add and foresee all the scenario and add each and every aspect into it. So what is more important is that you both should understand each other. The concessioning authority should understand that it is a private entity who is here not only to work, also to earn profit. And the private concessioners should also understand that we work in a very bureaucratic environment, and there is a very less elbow room to adjust many things. But if this, to take care, to understand each other's view and go ahead, then this concessioning business, the PPP business, will be successful. As a JNPA, with my 2.5 years of experience, I can tell with authority that we have very few issues. Definitely there are some issues, we are in court, but that is in a bigger and some policy matter. But in day-to-day working and overall growth of JNPA is concerned, we have very good understanding with them. My chairman, who is a very wise person, His knowledge is not bookish, and he has vast experience in PPP. When my HODs sometimes rake up certain issues, whether it is our Chief Manager Finance Das or our Vaidyanathan, then sometimes he says, please, don't make it public versus private. We are partners, so don't make it versus. So that kind of thing always there, but in the end, we try to solve the problems. So with this background, I mean, they say the proof of pudding is in eating. So it is the best people to comment on this particular journey or this PPP aspect are my panelists. So I will first go to Jibu. Jibu has two terminals, NSI CT and NSI GT in JNPA. And one more important thing about him, he worked in a JNPA from our side, as a concessioning authority side, then moved to the private sector, worked in many terminals, and now he came as a concessionaire in JNP. So, Jibu, a very basic question, how is this journey? And during last 25 years?
Thank you so much, sir. I think it's a very prestigious and a proud moment for me to be sitting here and talking about NSICT. You know, it is actually this 25 years is on the wake of NSICT completing 25 years since its license agreement. If you
just closer,
yeah, if you ask me, it all started from JNPT. Actually, if you have to speak of, let us say, PPP in India, or PPP for our terminals in Navashava, I think it's all start with our mother port, which is JNPT. Why I'm taking this is, like, JNPT was started as a most modern port with a futuristic outlook, if you ask me. In those days, there were certain major changes in the conceptually it was done. One is like they had a very structured formats for each of the SOPs were reviewed as against the traditional ports, and then thereafter, there are certain, this data integrity and other stuff, they have brought in some proprietary formats, which is still in use in most of the port sector. It is like IAL, EAL, I think anybody from shipping would be familiar with those words. IAL, EAL, it all started from JNPT. It was built soon after JNPT came into existence. For example, Form 13, people may not know Form number 1 to 12, and 14 to 21, but they all know Form 13 because it's also started from JNPT. So that it was completely revamped. And one of the major difference which JNPT brought in when it came up was like off-dock CFS concept. Traditionally, in all the ports, it was always the on-dock CFS. But because that JNPT had a completely different view and a vision going ahead, it was very clear that they will have CFS outside the port operational premises. It has worked pretty well. I would say that there are some very well maintained 35 CFSs in Navashava, which actually has helped the growth of JNP to a great extent, doing about, I think, with a capacity of about 2.5 million TEUs per se. So with that background, and JNPT started operations in 1989. We started operations in 1999. The major challenge was we were not having skilled manpower. So it all had to start from skilling or otherwise training people. So we, along with a company called AMI, developed a, a simulator for training operators and the other people. And then we took people on the youngsters, trained them, then equipped deployed them for work on job. And when NSICT started, as you know, like we came with 8 key cranes at about 75 meter. You have got a crane 600 meter key length, 29 RTGCs and stuff. So I would say that the major difference was the automation and other stuff which this PPP has brought in over the period. You have got a real-time data interchange. You have got custom-made or otherwise specific purpose-made computers installed in all the equipments, and also even on the trucks, which help to get a real-time data to the terminal operator as well as to the customer. Like they can, it's very transparent, they can see their status of the container right on the, on a real-time basis. So that is a major change which we have got. But for me, passionately, what I would say is like it has completely changed the awareness as well as the standard of safety, the way we do business. In any of the terminals, if you say safety is paramount, safety for people, safety for cargo, as well as safety for the equipments. I think it has done a sea change in Indian industry, and especially in the port sector, the way you look at safety. We, for example, in DP World has got some system called CAR, critical incident. Every incident which happens anywhere in the globe is investigated, analyzed, and the learnings are passed on to other terminals. So it is actually quantum improvement which we achieve. So we have many technological things also brought in to improve the safety. From there, if I say that there are also automations of high grade, I would say that second to none, in a way, port sectors are leading in logistics, I would say. We have RDTs brought in real time, then you have got OCR based and non-OCR based gate automation, remote control, crane operating systems, video analytics and all of it, AI and stuff. So I would say it's a pretty impressive and inspiring, and I was also fortunate to be there in this journey during this transformation. So I've got many things to say probably.
Thank you, Jibu. Now, when everybody is that me, myself thing, and Jibu really underlined the importance of all the stakeholders, all our partners, the CFS, then the custom house agents, the partner government agencies, customs, and all other stakeholders, transporters. Thanks, Jibu, just reminding me that this PPP journey is not only about JNPA and as a concessioning authority and you as a concessioner, but also about all these partner government, other stakeholders. So thank you very much for sharing all those things. Now, I will move to Alok. After DP World, GTI came as a concessioner. By that time, PPP is not very new, though it is in nascent stage. There are two challenges which I, in hindsight now saying that. One is already one concessioner is present there, and another is that you are facing a much different regime of PPP as a legal framework. So, what is your view on all these aspects when compared to the earlier concessioner and the concessioner which came later?
So, with my experience with DP World and then to APMT, moving on to APMT, this gave me on a personal basis the advantage of working with two different managements, different set of people, and as you said, the different way of a concession. Both has got its advantages and disadvantages, but as Jibu said and you also mentioned, this all about, when we talk of the PPP model, it's all about the collaboration, not only with the port authority, but among the terminals. That is something which helped me on a personal note, that when I was on the other side, and now I'm on the other side, I can understand the problem of both the sides, and this gives us an advantage of understanding the customers and trades issue in a better way.
Your terminal is one of the most efficient terminal, not only in India, but if you compare to the various parameters in the world. So, as a PPP operator, to achieve all these milestones, whether you see there are some positive impact from the concessioning authority side also, and from during your interaction to achieve all those things. What is this journey about? I mean, how you went about it?
Yeah, so we, as a private player, we bring in the expertise and global experience here. And as a landlord from the JNPT, right from the beginning, we got lots of support. Just to name a few, we have a long list, but just to name a few, the ITRHO, among all the terminals, that is something initiated by the JNPT, and this is working very well. And then the next one comes the centralized parking plaza, which is started initially with all the terminals. They had their own plaza, then the JNPT started the centralized parking plaza. The inter-terminal transfer, which was a big pain for the trade, that was again initiated by the JNPT, and then this is working very fine for the trade, and we're all happy with that. These are a few examples of support we got from JNPT, and list is long. Apart from this, the most important part was we had a very good supportive JNPT officers and staff, and thanks to all of you. Some of you are there in the crowd here. These are a few examples of the support we got from JNPT, and this has basically helped us to. As you said that we are the most efficient terminal. In fact, we are the first terminal in India to cross 2 million in a year. And we did it twice in 2018 and 19. And all this is not have been possible without the support of JNPT. We all have seen the issues. Because if you look at the terminal, our playground is very small. It's from gate to wharf. Beyond gate and beyond wharf on the water side. It's all JNPT. They are doing infrastructure on the physical infrastructure, whatever developed is developed by JNPT. And this has helped us in achieving whatever we have achieved. So if you are an excellent terminal, the credit goes to JNPT equally on that front. So thanks for that. And we look forward to that. This is not the end. We want to achieve many more milestones, and we are very hopeful. With the support of JNPT, we will be able to do that in future.
Thank you, Alok. These initiatives which Alok mentioned by the JNPA, they are world-class initiatives, and they are first in India. Let me just remind or just me tell that during the COVID time, with the help of all the stakeholders I have mentioned, and definitely the most important partners, all the concessionaires and JNPA team, when most of the ports of India choked and they stopped taking new cargo, it is only JNPA which not stopped even for a second. All my officers, staff, concessionaire, their staff, all customs, custom house broker, even there are lot of complaint about CFS, about the charges they have, but they are also working throughout. Many of their employees, our employees, lost their lives, but we made it ensure that the supply chain of India was intact during the COVID time. And this was not possible without the help of all my concessionaires. So thank you very much. Now I am moving to BMCTPL. The captain is very new to JNPA, but within these 3-4 months, I think he picked up very fast. He is not new to the port sector. During this terminal is the new to JNPA. I mean, it is a last entrant in JNPA. And once the second phase, which commenced in April 2022, will be completed in April 2025. Once it is completed, they will almost have 50% of JNPA key length and almost 50% of capacity of JNPA. They have some issues regarding the delays due to the COVID, and the concession time has been, the time of completion has been delayed by 26 months. So during this time, there were a lot of meetings with concessioning authority, that is JNPA. So there is, that time was little bit tricky, and there were a lot of meetings and lot of heated exchange of arguments also. So I will ask him, ki during this particular period, how he see that the conflict management with the concessioning authority is, I mean, what is your take on this particular aspect?
Good morning, sir. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Yes, as you rightly said, I may be a new kid on the block, but not new to this port sector, particularly PPP sector. In my short duration, about 4 months' time, I interacted quite a few times with the port authorities, particularly our chairman and deputy chairman, and our PPP manager and other project proponents. So far, it's very business-like and very cooperative. And whatever issues we put across, it was acted upon promptly, albeit with some delays. I agree, okay, it's administrative delays, which is there in every sector. But I would honestly put forward before you, I think this particular authority in which I am a part of now, I've been a part of quite a few port authorities in the past. I can see marked difference in their approach, very professional-like, very highly cooperative, and they value what the concessionaire brings to the table, and they appreciate our efforts. And yes, that's what I can make out. And some of the issues, like because of the COVID, where we faced delays because no one was forthcoming, lack of labor, contracts were getting delayed. We were supposed to have started phase 2 in 2020, but it got delayed by COVID by a couple of years. So we sought an extension for equal number of years what we are lost. So they had considered it. They had given, initially they gave 6 months extension, but we also requested 6 months is not enough. But so much business opportunities was lost. And it's a 30-year project. You take about 2 or 3 years, 10% of our time is lost. And they consider it, they are putting it forward to ministry for their approval. And on other aspect, like security clearance for some of the bidders was not forthcoming. So we took it up with them, and they gave a patient hearing. And yes, they were also acting on it. They assured us. They're looking at, today morning also I met Mr. Vaidyanathan. He also has been following it very closely. Yes, I am very happy to be a part of working close with the JNPA, and looking forward for a more fruitful, association, because as he rightly pointed out, BMCT, the PSA Mumbai, doubles the capacity of JNPA as of now. So we'll add up another 100% of the capacity. Right now, we have 2.4 million is operational. Once phase 2 is completed, we will be about 5 million. We can even go up to 5.6. We can accommodate deep drafter vessel up to 18 meters. Right now, it's dredging up to 16.5 meters. It's going to be a game changer in this region. I'm sure BMCT will contribute to to bring back the past glory, what we are lost to other competing terminal in the Northwest region. We are DFC compliant. We have a huge rail connectivity, huge network. Will bring a lot of value, and we feel as a PSA, as a group, feel very, very, honored to be associated with the JNPA, the pioneer port in this part of the subcontinent. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Captain. Now we have only 6 minutes left, so I will ask what you call a question, I mean rapid fire kind of questions to all of you. So, I mean, whatever you want to say, you can say. I will start with Jibu. Jibu, during last these 25 years, you are part of that particular, both the terminals now. What one thing if you you are given opportunity to change, then you will change.
I would have probably created more capacity in 2008 in JNPA. Maybe if you see that the numbers, when NSICT started, JNPA was doing about 8.17 lakh TUs. And by 2008, at a CAGR of about 20%, the volume had gone to something like 4.17 million TUs. Thereafter, that was a CAGR of 20%, but thereafter, if you see up to 2019, that growth was very meager. It was about 2%, less than 2% CAGR. It went up to 5 million. And 20, everybody knows it's COVID, it has come down to 4.4 million. And again, in 2021, JNPA grew at about 26% and went to 5.6 million TUs. But having said that, today, compared to 2008, we are in a different orbit. I would say today we have got something like 65% utilization in JNPT. And maybe with what BMC, this new facility coming in, maybe that utilization would come down to 50%. So it's a great opportunity for the trade because it's enough and more capacity is available. Infrastructure is superb, so I don't have any point in that. Superb infrastructure, systems are perfect. GNPA otherwise is, and also the customs authority is excellent. But one point, if you ask me today, what I would do is, I would rather recommend, I would do in the sense. See, as I mentioned earlier, CFSs were the basic lifeline for JNPT, and it has played a humongous growth, potential part during those days. But today with DPD going up, that basic model on which CFS was built, let us say import, examination and stuff like that, it's not there anymore. But these facilities, these 35 CFSs are very well available in the near vicinity of the port. Actually, what rather we should do is to see that how we better utilize them for further fueling the growth in the traffic. I think these facilities are well created, well oiled, and it has tested times, and it is actually 35 of them with about 2.5 million capacity on our backyard.
Okay.
So
okay.
That's something I'll look forward to.
Thank you. Alok, same question to you. One thing during your PPP journey till date, what if you are given a chance, one thing you can change to make it more better? So what is that thing?
Again, the list is very long, sir. Small lot of changes we need to make for the trade to have better experience, the world-class experience here. But when we look in the future, not in the past, we should have better digital infrastructure. We can see the physical infrastructure is coming up on the land side and on the marine side. But the digital infrastructure is the future, and a better digital experience for the customer in the trade through better coordination among the participative government agencies, because they don't have to run to different government agencies for different work. So if everything is there on one platform, that will definitely help in future. This is what I would wish to change, if one change.
Okay, thanks. We will fast forward what we are doing in digital era. We will fast forward it so that everything is on the digital platform, and we are moving towards that. Same question to you also. One thing which you could change if given a chance so that the PPP experience will be more beneficial to you and your customers and to the country?
Yes, sir. Thank you. It's a very good question, a very valid question. And we had seen a lot of pros and cons of the PPP. In our experience, at least in PSA's experience, so PSA is the second terminal to enter into PPP in India, the second terminal being PSA Sikal. So it's the most litigated terminal, and I would say even most harassed terminal. It penalized for efficiency and taken to court on arbitration, and finally it's on the final stages pending with the Supreme Court. So when we look at the journey so far at PSSC call, the one thing which could have changed the experience, one thing that could have changed, that could have assured the success of the PPP in totality, there should have been one reset or review clause in the model concession agreement, at least every 5 years or 10 years. See, all the concessions are 30 years old. There are so many changes can happen during 30 years. Okay, there can be policy changes, there can be markets will change, technology will change, and a pandemic will hit. These things should have been taken into account. We should have given a provision for this. We do have a dispute resolution clause. We do have a, committees, CSC committees being formed, but we feel it's only on paper. It doesn't serve any purpose. In the arbitration, no one wants to accept the arbitration award. We have an opportunity to go to the court and appeals. Then finally, I can tell you the PSS call matter has been going on since 2011 for 20 years, for nearly 10 years. Fine, only when the revenue, when the royalty payable exceeds the revenue, it's a classic case. It's a classic case, the business is going to be unviable. So that should have been understanding, that should have been, you just come across the table, understand each other's difficulties. Then we should have gone towards amicable settlement or resetting. If there is a provision has been there in MCA. I agree, MCA is a, Bible, Quran, Bible, or whatever we call, Bhagavad Gita, as far as given, all the port authorities is concerned. They don't want to deviate it for the own reason, what they have audit and all those things. But despite that, had we had this provision, we could have seen a success. We could have seen that terminal flourishing further. And there are a lot of contribution. I can tell you so easily, the amount of royalty paid to Port Authority from our working is close to about 2,500 crores in last 25 years. It has brought Tuticorin in the map of the world map as a gateway terminal. The service rendered was excellent. There was a lot of appreciation all over. But despite all this, so we are, not being treated on merit. So this is one thing, so which I would, if I had been given a chance, had this class been there, I think it would have proved beneficial for all, mutual win-win. Thank you.
Now, we are about to end this panel discussion. Honorable Minister is here. I will just sum up what we discussed during this last 40 minutes. Sir, all the panelists, they explained their journey with JNPA as a concessionaire, and they spelled out how this journey was very enriching for themselves, to their stakeholders, and for the country. As in his speech, IPA chairman said on 3 aspects, whether they created value, whether the productivity increased, whether new technology infused into the port sector. On all 3 aspects, they did excellent. Alok's terminal, which is GTI, sir, which is most efficient terminal, not only in India, one of the most efficient terminal in the world. So that is only possible because of the concessionaires came with new technology and new ideas. And they not only help themselves, but also the ultimate customers is the common man. I also asked them what is their wish list and what one thing they want to change if given a chance. Then they said that our dispute resolution mechanism should be more efficient and less time consuming. So definitely as a port sector, we are doing a lot in that particular aspect, and we have many informal mechanism for that, and we will try to make it much faster. Then another aspect they have mentioned that the digitalization should be more quicker. So we have already doing a lot in that particular aspect. As during my opening remarks, I said for any concession, PPP project to be very effective and very successful, what is more important is that one should understand each other. My way or highway, this attitude is not good for any PPP project. We should understand each other's point of view. because as a government, we have our own limitations because of we are bound by the laws and regulation. And as a private sector, we should also in a government understand that they are here to do the business and they have right to earn right amount of profit. If we understand each other, we try to accommodate each other, then just like NSI City, which successfully completed 25 years, others PPP operators will also complete 25 years. As to end this session, I will just recite one एक छोटा सा शेर कहना चाहूँगा. चमन में इखलाते रंगबू से बात बनती है, चमन में इखलाते रंगोबू से बात बनती है, हम ही हम है तो क्या हम है, तुम ही तुम हो तो क्या तुम हो. Thank you very much.
And may I request for a quick photo with the entire team right here. Also, a humble request to our chairman at JNPA, Shri Sanjay Sethi to join us on stage and to present a token of appreciation to our panelists. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Shri Sanjay Sethi as he joins us to present mementos to the panelists. Let the applause continue. And a big, big round of applause for our convener, Shri Unmesh Radwagji. And a quick photograph with the entire team together, sir. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our panelists for sharing and taking us back in time with a vision for the future on 25 years of PPP projects in India and the evolution. May I request Mr. Sethi to please be on stage for a few more minutes, sir. This is where we take the conclave to the next part. Our next session is on developing world-class port by Shri Sanjay Sethi. He's going to share his insights, his views, and his opinions on the same. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's 25 glorious years. Yes, if you look at the journey so far, it's been very, very fruitful. But going forward, we need to look forward to the future as well. So our next session on developing world-class port is by Shri Sanjay Sethi. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, thank you. We're doing this session on developing world-class ports and how we can use this model of public-private partnership for that. So when we're discussing developing mega ports or world-class ports, so there are two parts to it. One is, of course, the infrastructure part where you're saying, I will increase the capacities, I will have these, the word used is mega ports, But at the same time, what are we discussing? We're also discussing the performance, the two things together. So we have been using these words of how the ports can be smart ports, how more digitization can lead to the smart ports. One vertical would be, of course, skill development, and the third is infrastructure development. The focus today is on the evolving model of public-private partnership. Just to set the context right, what's happening globally, so obviously the ports and the terminals are expected to be faster, to be more streamlined, and of course the green part, that's environment friendly. The fact that the ship sizes or the vessel size is increasing, this has a cascading effect, so to understand. The shipping market is also consolidating. The shipping lines, the kind of strategic alliances that we are hearing, in fact, the kind of consortia now that are coming forward, so there is a certain consolidation that's happening there in the world. This is a slightly tricky point, but still, if you are looking at Europe, there is a certain regional understanding also now where ports are getting into regional competition. There is definitely a transformation in supply and demand chains. The supply chains that we understood in a conventional way, again, are changing. The same entities, the same operators are discussing this end-to-end logistics. Ports are no longer just places for loading, unloading, but are talking about this end-to-end supply chains. And of course, there is a huge emphasis on the improvement in port productivity. This is just to give how the largest container ship size or the capacity is changing, where the capacity is going up to 24,000 TEUs. We were used to 4,000 and 5,000. Of course, when we discuss all this, when we say, oh, so next year are all the vessels going to be 24,000 TEUs? No. Basically what it means is that we are moving towards this model where whatever we are planning for must keep this in mind, that how the vessel size increase will impact the port planning, the port operations, and how we really deal with these PPP models also. So the kind of DWT, LOA shown here, I mean 400 meters is something that exists, and that's what is being talked about if you are looking at the kind of container ships that we are discussing now. So when we are saying world's moving towards development of megaports, you can see the kind of capacities that have been created. Port of Singapore is as much as 955 MTPA. Rotterdam 670, Yangshan 630, Headland Australia 620. And of course the draft being talked about, I mean when we say average 19 meters or something, this is the kind of draft that is being talked about. So when we say why megaports, ultimately operational costs, whatever data we have, means that 10 to 15% lower operational costs, ability to handle larger ships, that's cape-sized vessels as we understand it today, and of course driving the hinterland economic development in a more cost-effective way. That's what probably is the focus. When we are talking about India, there are very limited number of ports which have more than 100 MTPA capacity. So if you see this, there is Mundra, there is Deen Dayal, there is Jawaharlal Nehru Port, there is Paradeep, Visakhapatnam, Krishnapatnam, and Chennai. And within that, if you see Krishnapatnam, Chennai, Jawaharlal Nehru Port are closer to 100. More than 200 is just 3 or 4 ports that we are talking about. This includes some of these are non-major ports, which includes Mundra and Krishnapatnam. What exactly does a mega port mean? So as we are just saying that availability of deep draft, which means larger ship size to be the norm, 40% of the fleet order book accounted by ships above 20,000 TEUs capacity in the next 5 to 10 years. Now when we say 5 to 10 years, then for a sector like this, 5 to 10 years is short term, because that's the kind of time that it takes. So this graph basically shows you the current fleet and the order book. So if you will look at the last one, obviously you see that more than 20,000 TEUs capacity, you have about 40% in the overall bar chart. The second part, of course, is the effective hinterland connectivity. The dwell time for exports in global mega ports is 40% lower than India. So we need to have efficient evacuation network to move high volumes of cargo. Flexibility to expand port connectivity critical to sustain the growth for mega port. The third vertical we've drawn here is the land to create sustainable industrial ecosystem. We have our friends from DP World, so global ports like Jebel Ali, etc., have created large industrial ecosystems around mega ports. This is a model which is there to stay. This is something where, again, depending on land availability, we have to find ways of these strategic synergies where you have to have these large industrial ecosystems around the port. Large industrial clusters, SEZ, on a smaller scale, we are doing an SEZ in JNPA. So these all drive higher cargo throughput. Mega ports also require larger equipment and yard space, that goes without saying. So when we are now talking about traffic growth potential and strategic importance, as I was just mentioning at the press conference that we were having there, as a part of the MIV, that is the Maritime India Vision, we had studied this, that what are these ports which have the potential to get into this mega port category. So Vadhavan, JNPT cluster, Paradeep, Ennore and Kandla. One way of looking at it is you look at JNPT and Vadhavan separately, but even if you look at it as a combined this is something where a mega port is being discussed. If you look at the draft availability, you can see that in the case of Kandla, when we say Kandla to be converted into a mega port, basically means that it already has a good draft, but what could you do, how you can improvise on the hinterland connectivity, how you could use, let's say, any energy efficiency, how you could get into industrial parks. Probably the fact that Mundra got into a container model, the port of Kandla probably still has that potential to not just compete there, but have this distinction of being called a mega port. Since I will discuss Vadhavan a little later, so I'm not dwelling on that right now. But even for JNPT, the way we are looking at our port, the fourth container terminal with its second phase will be operational in 3 years, which basically means we go up to the capacity of 10 million TEUs. And with this whole ecosystem of creating an SCZ, of dry ports, of the kind of connectivity with DFC, etc., we are working towards completing these components of what we are calling as a mega port. Similarly, when we are talking about what is our hinterland for JNPT, where this MMLP cluster or the kind of industrial potential that we have. So there is a lot of agri-business in our hinterland, what we could do with that, how we could leverage on that. is what we are looking at. Paradeep and Ennore again. Ennore also because it has this big connect of the Chennai-Bangalore industrial corridor and thermal power plants, etc. So there is a good, huge potential there to get into this mega project, mega port category. Coming now to what we today are focusing on, which is the PPP and the landlord model. There are multiple forms of private participation in infrastructure and services. I would not like to make it into an academic thing. I mean, this is a very standard kind of table which is sometimes used, where we discuss that what is BOT, what is operate, manage, transfer. Within that you could have equip, operate, and manage or transfer. So similarly, when we are talking about this, that what are these, we've tried to divide it like this, that when you are talking only about berths, berths with equipment, equipment only, which could be cranes and tugs, etc. You could be talking about only yard services, and then other services, which is dredging and towage. So when we are saying what are the suggested PPP models, so for what would work for berths may not work for other services like, let's say, dredging or towage. So the whole idea of discussing this is that there can be these hybrid models that you could look at, rather than understanding PPP in a very, very silo-like way where you say, this is what I understand of PPP. The idea of getting into the evolution of public-private partnership in this country means that we understand that our responses can be much more nuanced and layered, where you could get into specific models for your specific requirements so that you get better results. There are these various examples at the global level which we have tried to put here, whether it's about Shanghai port, where they have formed JVs, Port of Kelang and Shanghai, to develop and operate new terminals. In Antwerp, the wall and floating cranes under management contracts by a separate entity. Port of Bristol, which is in UK, the storage facilities are owned by the local government and leased by the private operators. There is another case in point of Port of Spain, where pilotage and tug services concessioning in management contracts. There is a lot of experience by now, while sometimes with a broad brush, as was being just asked by a journalist friend right now, that why do all PPP models have some conflict, dispute? So the point again is that over the years we are bettering our contract management systems, but to say that there will be no dispute or there will be no conflict is by itself a wrong understanding of the whole thing. When you are getting partners together, you definitely can have a conflict. However, conflict resolution mechanisms or conflict minimization or at least knowing that what all can be done, because our typical problem from the government side has been that we are very bad with our contract management to start with. Only when the dispute arises that we start looking at everything with a lens. So we have been working very hard on our MCAs, on trying to get as much as or trying to make it as responsive or resilient, where we are trying to say that over the years, what are those kind of problems or disputes that have arisen and what all can we do about it. So over the years, a lot of improvement has been done, but this kind of seminar or conclave today should help us getting more ideas on this. Now I'm coming to the Vadhavan port. I'm taking this opportunity to also put this business proposition for the potential PPP operators. because this is probably the most ambitious project which JNPA is doing in partnership with Maharashtra Maritime Board. Most of you would know about this, that this is near Dahanu. It's not 50 kilometers, it is 150, I think. That's a correction there. And it has this vast hinterland region covering states of Maharashtra, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, and other North Indian states. So basically, this whole cluster of western ports, where as is being now commonly said, called as Gujarat ports, in a way, the location has the same advantages, but the fact that we are contemplating a mega port with all the modern state-of-the-art facilities, the kind of size and location advantages that it has makes it a very, very attractive proposition for PPP. Just to quickly run you through what is the status of the project. As I just said, this is an SPV which, in fact, the Cabinet of the Government of India conveyed in principle approval in the February of 2020. Subsequently, the notification, etc., was done. The TOR for the environment clearance, etc., was issued in October 2020, and in a recent notification on the 26th May, the MOEF removed the ambiguity of siting port in Dahanu Taluka and activities related to port falling in the ecologically fragile area. And accordingly, it has been clarified that a port can happen there, which was probably one of the main issues about it. However, since there is a certain authority for this, right now we are before them, that is DTPA, for the issue of the NOC of the project. All the environment related studies and substantial part of the detailed engineering have been completed. I think for the purpose of today's conclave, this is the most important part that we are talking about, that what is open for the concessionaires and what the port or the concessioning authority or the landlord is going to do. So the project split is that we are going to be taking a hit of about 42,000 crores where we do all the infrastructure, which basically means a breakwater of about 10 kilometers, the dredging, the port crafts, the whole reclamation, which is about 1,415 hectares, the road inside the port and outside again, meaning the rail and the road connectivity, the DFC rail yard, the parking area, land acquisition of 571 hectares for rail and road connectivity, external road connectivity, holding yard, water and power. Basically saying that we do all this infrastructure wherein the public-private partnership concessionaires would come in. The phase 1 is estimated for them at about 15,057 crores. The whole project is talking about 9 terminals or berths, which are all about 1 kilometer each, which would be capable of handling up to 24,000 TEU vessel, which we were just talking about. So the first phase is that they will be looking at about 4 terminals, some dredging, some reclamation, multipurpose berths of 750 meters, which are 3 berths, 1 ro-ro berth, 2 liquid berths, 1 LPG, 1 LNG fertilizer yard area, and IRC railway area. This is just to give you a broad idea of what is the what are the contours of this whole project, where all the private partnership will come in, and what is the kind of money involved. The phase 2 is separated. Basically, we are looking at a 10-year span, first phase 5 years, and the next phase another 5 years. This is 16,471 crores, where we will get into 5 more terminals, so 4 plus 5, 9. and the same kind of things of dredging, reclamation, etc. will be required. Just to quickly run through the kind of traffic projections. So up to 2025, we are talking about 0.86 million TUs, which go up to 7 million straight up to 2030. What we are saying is next 3 or 4 years, we should be able to just kickstart something. And ultimately in 2040, we are talking about 24 million TUs, which will put us amongst the top 10 ports of the world. That is the ambition of this port and project. When we say all this, to understand the economy, obviously the way the trade goes ahead, the way other ports are developing, all those riders have to be understood in perspective. But these are results of very good detailed studies now, where we are also talking about, apart from containers, ultimately it will still be predominantly a container port, but we discuss chemicals, edible oils, LPG, fertilizers, general cargo, coastal, ro-ro, etc. So the overall MTPA, we are going up to 308 MTPA, which currently no port in India looks at. The good part again is that after the MP Act has come in, the tariff dispensation, it basically allows the private players to get into market determined tariffs. The whole role of the authority changes. So what is being made sure is that these private players will have a much better field to work and operate on. So this is what are the attractive points. So considering the location, project structuring, traffic projections, MCA and tariff dispensation, capacity and experience of GNPA, Vadhavan is a very, very attractive proposition for the PPP stakeholders. I take this opportunity to encourage the potential stakeholders to know and understand it. In fact, we have been having interactions with such potential stakeholders even while finalizing our DPR, or even the layout. When we were making some changes, we have had these discussions to make it as friendly to the PPP operators or to the potential stakeholders. The idea of discussing this here is twofold. One, we are discussing that how world-class ports, mega ports cannot be created without public-private partnership. And second, that we have a case in point of Vadhavan Port, which offers all this and more, and we use this opportunity to invite you all. Thank you very much.
With this, we open the forum for a quick Q&A session after that detailed and crisp presentation by Shri Sanjay Sethi. We're opening the session for a quick Q&A, if somebody can share. If anybody's got any queries or any questions, now's a good time. If you can share, we have mics on either side.
Good afternoon. I have a query. I've been watching the PPP since I stood at the berth at JNPT on 3rd of July, 1997. When the first ship came, it came under my agency. Then came GTI, which was signed, I think, on the 10th of August, 2004. And my first ship came in there also. Like the chairman of Mumbai Port Trust has also said, that the first reservation scheme was the BRS at number 3 Indira Docks. I was the one who operated that. I've seen the PPP, I've seen all its changes. The guidelines of 1996 had some issues. They changed. Then came in the 1998 guidelines of TAMP. Then they had to be also revised. And finally, we had the 2005 guidelines, which were notified and gazetted on 31st of March 2005. All I want to know is, are there any more issues left? Because I think we've sorted out all of them, which is nice. 25 years have gone well, very nicely. 1991, India opened up its economy. And 1992, immediately we had P&O Ports Australia in discussions. So it's been a long way. I presume everything must have been ironed out, and it seems to be going so smoothly. Is there any further issues left? So that do we have to amend the guidelines anymore?
I think, as I said before, we should never assume that there will be no issues. There definitely are more issues. When you're talking even about tariff guidelines, after 2005, we had 2008, then 2013, then 2019, and then we are now coming up with something more because the MCA Act came in. So, while sometimes the government may be a little slow in adapting to the evolving situation, the other part is that we need to understand it in the bigger legal framework that is available to us, and sometimes that can be creating some issues. But if you are saying that everything has been sorted and nothing remains now, etc., I'm saying, well, I definitely differ on that. In fact, this will be a continuous process where some of these things we've managed to sort out or we are looking at, but in the recent past, I can only say, because I have been a part of those committees also. I think Mr. Bala is sitting here. He contributes largely to these committees and maybe speaks the most there, if I may say. No, I mean, the joke part apart, but I'm saying a lot of deliberation has gone into it. But I still feel that these kind of platforms should be used to tell the other side, which is the government side, on what is pinching where, and without making it as a you versus I situation, we have to understand both sides so that it becomes a win-win. I think I'll be very happy if during the day and a half that we are using for this, we get more of those suggestions. Any suggestion, any comment if somebody wants to come up? Otherwise, we go to the next one. Yeah.
Hello, I am Rajiv Bhuval, CEO GTI. Sir, I've got a question. Like we have got concession agreements for all the three ports together, GTI, ESA and this. Sir, actually my question is, like they are having different tariff schedules. So all the three ports are having different concession agreements and different
There is a full session on that now. Okay. We are going to discuss it threadbare. Again, there may not be a final conclusion here because ultimately it's the ministry which takes the final decision, but we definitely are discussing a lot on that. Yeah.
My question is like, since it is one port under JNPA, so these tariff schedules are creating a difference in this, creating this.
As I said, I totally understand your question even before you have completed, and the whole session is on that actually.
Right, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. All right, I think we can wind this up, or, yeah. Is there anybody?
Any further questions? Here's a good time. Please feel free to share your thoughts and your queries.
All right.
Any suggestions as well, if you feel like. All right, can you have a huge round of applause for Sri Sanjay Sethiji for sharing his knowledge as he inspires her with his words of wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, like Sanjay sir just shared, there's going to be a post-lunch session. There's going to be a panel discussion as well. And there are also sessions on future projects. All of that is lined up. But let's take this time, a quick 10 to 15-minute break before lunch for networking. Yes, we are just going to break for a networking session. So you can join us outdoors and break for lunch after that. Thank you so much for joining in. Looking forward to part 2 at right here, Maritime Public-Private Partnership Conclave 2022. Thank you so much. Just a reminder, we resume precisely at 2 o'clock. We'll be back for the second part of the conclave. Thank you so much.
1, 2, testing. Check. 1, 2. Testing. 1, 2. Check. Testing. 1, 2. Hey, test 1. Hey, test 1, 2. Test. Check. 1. Hey, test 1. Test 1, 2. 2. One, two, hey, test. Test. 1, 2. Okay, test 1, 2.
2, he, halt. 2, 1, he, halt. 2, he, halt. 2. Check, 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 check. 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 He. Halt. He. che, hey, hal. Che, hey, che, hey, hal. Che, che, hey, hal, hey, hey.
to Maritime Public-Private Partnership Conclave 2022. We proceed towards the second half, and now after entering into a nostalgic zone in the first part, as promised, we take up a panel discussion on MPA Act and Tariff Dispensation, issues and concern. I'd like to welcome back on stage, as promised, Shri Sanjay Sethi ji, our Chairman JNPA, to be the convener of this session. Also, I'd like to welcome, it's a privilege for me to welcome our esteemed panelists, starting off with the rich vision for the future, Mrs. Anuradha H. Sharma, Director TAMP. Let's welcome her with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Also joining in our esteemed panelists with his rich and varied experience is Dr. Unni Krishnan Nair, former CMT, JNPA. Also our expert in financial and legal matters, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Shri Bala Subramaniam, our financial and legal advisor. And last but not the least, with a 360-degree approach, let's welcome Shri Surja Sahu, Indian Private Ports Terminal Association. Let's welcome our team with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we begin part 2 of Maritime Public-Private Partnership Conclave 2022.
What we are doing is, I'm told two of us have some presentation. You have a presentation? You have, all right, okay. So I'm just setting the context. I'll run through some part of this, but just to, so what we are discussing today is that the ministry has been fixing certain tariff guidelines for the BOT operators before the MPA Act, the 2021 Act came into being. So the first one we are right now talking about is the 2005 guidelines. This is a conceptual understanding in the sense that how have we been looking at this whole question of setting the tariffs. We all must understand that there was a certain institution called TAMP, right? It's still there. It's okay. Okay, they refuse to go into the past. So the act actually is talking about a new dispensation after TAMP, whether the adjudicatory board, but that of course is with a slightly different agenda. But here we are discussing the principles of the tariff setting. So the 2005 guidelines talked about a cost plus approach with return on the capital employed, where we were also discussing this cost plus in the sense of anticipated or expected cost, let's say. And then 2008 shifted to something what is called as normative cost, which again means that, in fact, since we have Mrs. Anuradha, she'll tell you that basically TAMP got into fixing some norms, whereby we said, all right, so you will, when you're coming to us, you will calculate your cost like this, and then there is an ROCE, which whether 16%, whatever was being discussed, that is how you will reach this tariff. Then we in 2013 shifted to a reference tariff approach. This basically meant whether a neighboring terminal or a neighboring port tariff will be considered as the reference for fixing your tariff. And in 2019, which in fact converted all those terminals which were under the 2005 guidelines, they converted into 2019 guidelines. This was the typical, let's say we use it in electricity sector, where we are talking about ARR, which is the annual revenue requirement, plus a return on the capital employed. So 2019, again, they were all talking about linking it with the wholesale price index. There again 60% of that. There are some details later, I'll come to that. And in 2021, what we are saying is that we will shift to a market determined tariff. Now here the big point I'm making is that this has been a gradual, constant, consistent move towards market determined tariff, which basically means that from cost plus method to normative and eventually market determined tariff, we are following this economic logic. The term, by the way, was borrowed from Bala, so I must give the credit here. Yeah, when I was discussing with him, so the economic logic, basically what we are saying is that we have shifted gradually from there onto this. What I'm going to do is, I'm not getting into too much details of this because I'm assuming it will come during this, but just one or two things in each of these. As I said, 2005 talked about a net block of fixed assets, which basically meant that it was deducting the depreciation while calculating the capital employed. And 2019 is the change on this, which has shifted from net to the gross block. And the revision of tariff due to WPI was not introduced in 2005, but it came again in 2019. Between 2005 and 13 was 2008, where, as I was just telling you, this was what it was, and there were certain norms, but then the SOR was also indexed annually to the inflation to the extent of 60% of variation in wholesale price index. 2013 is slightly different, where we talked about port adopting the prevailing tariff within the vicinity of the port, which is other terminals or any major port in India. Then again there was a similar kind of WPI 60%, but then it also talked about something called a performance-based tariff, which then gave you something which was 15% over and above the indexed reference tariff. 2019 talks about ARR, which, as I was saying, whether in electricity sector or other sectors, is the accepted norm. We talked about audited admissible annual expenditure of the last 3 years. While 2005 was talking about something in anticipation, this was the actuals. So it is coming as close to something which is more scientific in terms of market understanding, and 16%. So there was this understanding of the past surplus also, which was to be adjusted accordingly. Now let's come to what has happened now. So in 2021, in our Act, what is the relevant portion talk about? The relevant portion of Section 27(1) of the MPA Act pertaining to the tariff reads as follows. Provided that in case of public-private partnership projects, after the commencement of this Act, concessionaire shall fix the tariff based on market conditions and on such other conditions as may be notified. Provided further that the revenue share and other conditions would be as per the provisions of the specific concession agreement between the board and the PPP concessionaire appointed under the public-private partnership project. So what is the Act trying to say, and now how does it translate? The first part, as we can see, one plain reading means that since no Act has a retrospective effect, unless it mentions it like that, after the commencement of the Act means that this will be applicable only to concessionaires that, the concessions that get signed after this Act has come into operation. The second part, when it talks about provisions of specific concession agreement, etc., does give you a feel that the lawmakers were aware of the fact that we have various concession agreements and we need to address this. So, after the act has come in, what has happened now? This part is very clear that every new BOT operator after the enactment of MPA Act will have market determined tariffs. However, the ones which already are existing, they probably will have different guidelines. Now, in the whole country, if you were to look at this figure, there are 15 BOT operators who are governed under the 2019 guidelines, 8 under 2008, 9 under 2013, and because of this, what are we discussing today? We are discussing that because of this, there is a lack of level playing field in ports which have more than one BOT operator. In JNPA, in fact, I think we will have 4 different guidelines. The one that we have just now given, including that, we actually have 4 different guidelines if nothing happens about this. So, what is the way forward? I mean, and again, this is not about preempting the discussion. This is just about saying that I am setting the context, but the speakers are free to discuss this threadbare, give their own understanding, because personally I feel that the intent of this act could not have been that hypothetically, if an operator has 25 more years to operate, then he is not to be given any benefit of a market determined tariff. So for 25 years also, we will have all kinds of dispensations where different operators will operate under different guidelines and end up having a field which is definitely not level playing. So one way of looking at it is, again, going back to the 2005 to 2019 transition, that this migration to market regime, if we say that no, we definitely must do something about it, then according to me, we could be doing the migration with or without relying on the act. In the sense that when we went from 2005 to 19, where the same concession agreements, the same bid conditions, everything, we just told 2005 guys now come to 2019. Obviously a lot changes there. So we will probably have to have new guidelines, which will, again, there is a lot more which needs to be discussed on how to deal with the 2008, how the concession agreement comes into this, whether only a supplementary agreement can take care of this or not. I think these were the questions or challenges that I wanted to say, that whether the act intended this, and this differential impact on different operators, is it really possible to bring everybody on the same level? If not, can we at least minimize the damage, so to say? I think I will stop here, and what we can do is, if some of the other speakers have a presentation, we go ahead with that, and then open it for discussion. Thank you very much. This is not working very well, but put on the next presentation. I think this is not working. अभी हो गया, हाँ. देखिए किसका है next presentation, वो लगवा दीजिए. इसी से होगा? किसका है अभी? You have the one? Which one is this? Who is changing from there? Okay. Okay, so let him put that. I think you can move it once he puts it.
Deputy Chairman GNPA, all distinguished speakers, panelists on the dais, and all the guests sitting over here. Chairman GNPA has covered most of the tariff guidelines briefly, but still I'll just again go through it so that when we have a discussion, it will be more fruitful. As most of you will be aware, the Major Port Authorities Act 2021 was notified on 18th of February 2021, and it has come into force from 3rd of November 2021. Now, before we go to this new act, just a history of why TAMP was constituted, why the tariff regulation concept came. So when, like in the earlier part of the day, the speakers had talked about the PPP project, when it was decided that in 1998, the new guidelines were issued for inviting the PPP projects to invest in the major ports. At that time, the point came up that about the tariff fixation. So prior to that, the major ports used to propose the tariff to the government, and government was approving those tariffs. When PPP were invited for this PPP projects to start with, so it was viewed that the ports cannot be fixing the tariff for the operator, because then they both will be competitors, one. Secondly, port would be getting a royalty or revenue share from the operator. So there will be a conflict of interest. So keeping that in view, the act was amended. Major Port Trust Act 1963 was amended, and TAMP was constituted to regulate, or not say regulate, to fix the tariff for major ports as well as PPP projects. So that is how that tariff regulation was bestowed on TAMP at that point of time. Now coming to this new Act 2021, now section 27(1) of the Act, MP Act 2021, it deals with tariff fixation as far as major ports are concerned. So it says that as per this new Act, the port of the major ports board or the committee constituted by them will frame their scale of rates for the services rendered by them and for the land lease and port properties. So it is very clear as far as the ports are concerned. And for that purpose, the guidelines will be issued by the central government. So in fact, government has already issued guidelines for the major ports on 3rd November 2021, the day this act came into effect. Guidelines were already issued. So that is in force. So there is no issue as far as ports are concerned. Now coming to the PPP concessioners. The act says, okay, just a brief of what is the tariff guidelines followed for the major ports. It is again on the annual revenue requirement model. That is the estimated expenditure, not estimated, the actual expenditure of last 3 years, plus 16% return on the net fixed assets. That forms the base, and that is the ceiling thing. That is the ceiling annual revenue requirement. Within that ceiling, all the ports have the flexibility to propose their tariff, to compete and have their tariff as per their market forces and commercial judgment. So this flexibility is given to the major ports. And this validity of the rates will be generally for 3 years, but they can annually review the tariff and they can adjust it. If they want, they can increase or decrease within that ARR. Apart from that, they get annual indexation of 60% of the WPI. A new clause which is introduced for the ports is they will also indicate the performance standards. They will commit it, and if they achieve the committed performance standards, instead of 60% indexation in WPI, they will get 100% indexation. So this is to encourage an improvement in their performance. So this is clear as far as the ports are concerned. Now when we come to the PPP concessioners, can you move to the next slide, please? Slide number 4. Slide number 4, anyone is doing? It's not operating from here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So, as Chairman Sir already said, Section 27(1) proviso, it deals with the PPP concessioner. The wordings are provided that in case of public-private partnership projects, after the commencement of this act, concessioner shall fix the tariff based on market conditions and on such other conditions as may be notified. This is the clause given for the PPP concessioner. And so this is very clear that act, suppose we assume that it is for a future PPP concessioner, the guidelines are already issued by the government for the future projects which will be coming, which says that it will be market determined tariff for the future one. So there is no issue as far as future is concerned. And the guidelines which is issued by the government, it also says that, okay, while they're fixing the tariff for based on market conditions, it should not be again retrospective, it should not be against the Competition Commission, not against the rules or directives given by the government. 2-3 clauses are there so that it is taken care of. So again, for this future PPP concessioner, next one, who will be coming and under the new regime, they have to host a tariff on the website so that there is a transparency. Again, they can undertake the annual review of tariff, and they can again revise the tariff, again host that on the website. And as far as ports are concerned, we have that reference tariff guidelines, which is available for various cargo, various containers, and most of the project facilities are available. So they can use that norm, arrive at a tariff, but that will be only an indicative tariff. Indicative tariff is ports can make a use of it to determine what is the benchmark level which they expect as a royalty for that purpose. And it is not a mandatory one. Ports want, they can use it, otherwise it is left to them. And the future PPP concessioner, while they go to a market determined tariff, they have to ensure that any government guidelines are there on coastal concession, on concession to transshipment containers, all that are taken care of when they fix the market determined tariff. Now the existing MCA, Model Concession Agreement, there was a little, not a lacuna, but there was a gap, in the sense that while the ports, those who are in the royalty model, the operators had to pay a fixed per ton or per TEU royalty. But when the tariff was given, they had to give concession in the coastal containers for transshipment containers, but the royalty that they were paying was a fixed amount. So there were cases where the royalty payment was higher than the tariff which they were going to collect from the users. So this was not encouraging them to handle coastal containers and transshipment containers. This lacuna was corrected, and Ministry of Shipping, based on the instance of our detailed letter written by TAM to Ministry of Shipping, Ministry had given a direction to 3 ports, that is JNPA, Visakhapatnam Port, and VOCPT Port, that no, for this PPP concessioners who were in the 2005 regime, 2019 regime, who were on a royalty model, for them royalty should also be concessional when they are having concession in their tariff. So taking that clue from those operators, in the new MCA as well as in the new guidelines for the future PPP concessioner, a clause is included that for the coastal container and transshipment container, royalty payment will also be proportionately reduced, or it will be proportionately to the concession allowed. So they don't have to pay the full royalty. It will be proportionate to the tariff concessions given. Which slide is this? Okay, advantages of market determined tariff. I'm not going into depth of it. Next you can go to that. Yeah. New MCA 2021 is also issued by the Ministry of Shipping in November 2021, and there also this condition is put that tariff will be market based on the conditions to be issued by the government. This is to align with the MP Act 2021. MCA 21 also takes care of this. There also the royalty point which I discussed is included in the MCA 2021 for the future PPP concessioners. And another feature of the MCA 2021 is in case during the project period there is a new cargo or any change in the business plan which was not foreseen at the time of concession agreement, there is a provision where there can be a recommendation for handling the new cargo and for taking care for revival of the business plan, so that subject to certain conditions prescribed in the concession agreement. So this issue, which was not there in the earlier one, MCA, that is taken care in the new MCA 2021. Apart from that, there is a dispute resolution mechanism, which was there earlier also, which is mentioned here also in the concession agreement. They can go for amicable settlement between the parties in case of any disputes between the concessioner and the concessioning authority. And if that fails, they can go to conciliation committee. And if that also doesn't work out, there are two options, either Sarod or an adjudicatory board, which will be constituted under the new act. Further, for the future PPP concessioner, if they have any grievance regarding the revision of SOR done by the operator, procedure followed by the operator, there also they have the mechanism. They can come to the adjudicatory board and who can pass the order after consulting all the concerned parties. So adjudicatory board will be passing the orders on that. Now coming to the existing PPP concessioners, there are into three categories based on the tariff regime. One set is upfront tariff guidelines of 2008, another one is 2013, and third set is 2019. Now for 2008, as Chairman Sir said, that tariff was fixed based on norms first. Second, that tariff was made available prior to bid. So they were aware of this tariff and then they have bid for the project. Tariff was one of the parameters based on which they have bid for the project and quoted the revenue share or royalty. That tariff clearly is for the entire project period and it is only subject to annual indexation at the rate of 60%. This is mentioned in the concession agreement. That tariff is for the project period, only subject to annual indexation. For the reference tariff, it is similar to the upfront tariff, same model. Only thing they had the opportunity of taking the current tariff available, that is upfront tariff, whatever was available, that has been adopted. But same thing, there also tariff is for the entire project period with annual indexation. Only additional is they also get a performance-linked hike if they achieve the performance. And 2019 operators, who were the pre-2005 operators, their tariff is fixed on the annual revenue requirement model every 3 years with 16% ROC, which is now presently on the gross block of fixed assets. Next. Now, when we were clear about that for the future, the act is clear, guidelines are available, everything is there. Now, what happens to these 8 and 13 concession, the operators, PPP concessioners? As I said, the tariff was notified, it was, they have bid for the project based on that. Concession agreement also prescribes this tariff, so everything was agreed. Now, they have quoted revenue share on that notified tariff, what was approved by TAM. Now, as per the concession agreement, they can only index it at 60%. Guidelines for this set of operators are yet to be issued by the government, how they will be governed under the 2021 MP Act, how they will be governed, that is still not issued. It is still a point for deliberation, I think. 2019 operators, there are some 15 operators who are in the 2019 regime, that was earlier 2005. For them, again, tariff was not a part of bid document or concession agreement, and most of the concession agreement says that that tariff will be fixed by TAM or a competent authority or an appropriate authority will fix their tariff. That is a condition mentioned in their agreement itself. For them also, the guidelines are not yet issued by the government. Next. Next is the role and functions of adjudicatory board. I will not take much of your time here. This is yet to be constituted. Once it is constituted, this act, at that point of time, we will go into that. And presently, TAMP is looking after the functions of the adjudicatory board. So if any issues are there, still we are getting the matters for adjudicating, which TAMP is doing it till now. Thank you very much. So I think we will just take it up to the panels for the discussion and for the questionnaire. Thank you.
I think we can go to the next presentation, Mr. Balasubramanian. All right, okay. Who has the presentation? You have a presentation? You have a presentation. Okay, so we'll do the presentation first. Right. Go ahead. Can we have the presentation, please? Yeah.
Chairman sir, heartiest congratulations for completing 25 years of the first PPP project in the maritime sector. So IPTA and all its members congratulate you for that. Ma'am has elaborated all the guidelines. We'll mainly talk about the issues or the concern what each of the guidelines we have faced. It's with respect to the 2005 guidelines, we have talked about it is the cost plus methodology, where the cost as well as the volume has to be projected for the next tariff cycle or the next 3 years. Return on the capital employed, but it was based on the net capital employed. A royalty or revenue share is not allowed as a pass-through expenses, except for the bidders who are, came prior to 29 July 2003. They are allowed it as a pass-through expenses. Of course, another major issue was with respect to the surplus which has been generated. The adjustment of that was one of the major challenges in this. So all the 4 points, if you look at that, was point of concern or the issues the industry has faced. And that's why it is one of the most litigative guidelines in the past. Here, sir, the reward and inefficiency or it discourage the efficiency parameters. Second one, which with respect to that 2008 guidelines, here it is, of course, based on the upfront tariff mechanism, normative-based annual escalation of 60% WPI year on year. It is not possible to handle new commodities. So, as other panelists has in the earlier discussion has said, over a period of 30 years of concession period, there are numerous changes, the business model changes has to happen. So these guidelines is not flexible enough to adjust that changes. And here revenue share has to be paid on the ceiling tariff. So without considering any incentive or rebate, that has to be passed on. So here the major issue was with respect to the fixation of tariff at an optimal capacity level. We know that when the terminal come into the existence, it doesn't achieve that terminal optimal capacity in the initial period of commercial operation. It normally happen after 5, 6, or 7 years. So fixing a tariff at the optimal capacity level was one of the major challenges of these guidelines. Subsequent guidelines is the reference tariff guidelines, which is the 2013 guidelines. It has taken the highest tariff prevailing in the existing port or the neighboring port. Again, here it's one of the major thing is annual escalation of 60% of the WPI. Again, like 2008 guidelines, it doesn't have any flexibility with respect to the handle new commodities. Revenue share, again, it has to be paid on the ceiling tariff without considering the incentive or rebates passed on to the operator. This tariff has provided for a 15% productivity link incentive or the performance link incentive. However, it is important to note here, out of the 12 or 13 operators who are part of the 2013 guidelines, mostly half of them has already achieved the performance criteria. However, not a single operator has applied for or adopted this tariff. So when we are talking of the market-based tariff, it doesn't mean that the tariff has to go up always. So it's enable the operator to derive a market-based tariff. So it is a classic example, despite having the option of charging 15% more, but the operator has not applied for it or not charged to the trade.
Next one is the 2019 guidelines, where the 2005 operators were migrated to the 2019 tariff guidelines. The major issue of the 2005 guidelines with respect to the return on the net capital employed has been corrected in these guidelines. However, it is applicable prospectively, and issue of the past surplus in respect of the operators who are approached court earlier is yet to be resolved. So there are also few concerns with respect to the 2009 guidelines. It's with respect to, again, revenue share is not allowed as a pass-through, except the operator who are whose bidding process was completed prior to 2003. 2019 tariff guidelines penalize, again, the efficient operators by giving the lower tariff for the operator who has performed better in the last 3 years or the previous 3 years. Secondly, this 2019 guidelines has not provided for any enabling provision with respect to the 15% productivity link incentive like 2013 guidelines. Again, terminals operating within the same ports are not getting a level playing field. Now, as Madam has already explained, that Major Port Authority Act 2021 elaborated each of the major aspects with respect to the tariff. Here, our submission is that this should be applied for all the operator. All the operators should be allowed a market freedom for the tariff. So there will be no level playing. If we are not doing this, there will be discrimination between the existing operator and the earlier operator who are operating within the same premises. So our submission is that government should consider market freedom for tariff freedom for all the operators. Some of the issues we face that though it is not specifically linked to the tariff discussion, however, have relevance for this purpose. With respect to the vessel-related charge, when we are talking of the PPP framework for the terminal handling charges, so similarly, we believe that a PPP framework for the vessel-related charges also bring transparency, and at the end, shipping lines are looking for the total cost of calling a port. They are not bifurcating between the vessel-related charges and terminal-related charges. Similarly, we believe that estate-related charges should be brought down so that the existing terminal operator can avail this for providing better services to the trade. We believe that separate guidelines need to be there with respect to the coastal and the transshipment tariff. Despite the 60% of the rebates extended to the coastal operator or recent amendment with respect to the transshipment tariff, still India is not able to move in that faster space from road or rail segment to the coastal trade. And similarly, our share of transshipment cargo is very minimal. I think these two areas has to be looked after. So to conclude, sir, what we are talking about, we are appreciating the fact that government has taken a progressive stand on tariff issues starting from cost plus to normative and finally a market-based tariff. These issues of the existing operator who continue to be under the cost plus or the normative basis or the reference tariff need to be addressed by giving the way market freedom. Tariff levied by the port authorities on vessel-related charges and estate-related charges as well as the railway charges need to be reviewed. And as we have discussed earlier, it need the transshipment and the coastal segment also need special emphasis. Thank you.
I think we can go to Mr. Balasubramaniam, and maybe the discussion can happen once all speakers have finished. Yeah.
Okay, I want to start on a different note. There are two issues. Let me come to the point directly as far as I see it. The first issue is, do we allow market-based pricing for the existing concessionaires who were awarded the concession before 2021 Act came into force? Now, here, when you, now I'm talking as a lawyer, I may wear different caps at different points in time. Now I'm wearing the cap as a lawyer. So if you look at 27 subsection 2, subsection 1, it says, provided in case of public-private partnership projects, after this commencement of this act, concessionaires shall fix their tariff based on market conditions. So obviously it is prospective. It's not retrospective. But then, the proviso reads completely different. Provided further that the revenue share and other conditions. What is other condition? We do not know. That may include tariff also, the tariff regulation also. And other conditions would be as per the provisions of the respective specific concession agreements. Now, here we have a dilemma. How do we interpret this? Now, when you say you can also migrate to market-based tariff, but then it comes to the rider. What does it say? Provided you shall respect the old terms of the concession agreement, particularly it talks about revenue share and other conditions. Now, as Mrs. Anuradha clearly pointed out, all the earlier concession agreements, the articulated tariff, the power to regulate tariff was with TAMP. Now, the formula might have been different, 2005 might have been different, 2008 might have been different, 2013, but the point was the final arbiter of tariff was TAMP. Now, you may say it is competent authority, whoever is that. So, now whether this act will override a concession agreement, it's a question before us. It's not an easy question to answer. Yes, we all know act is superior to a contract, but if you go as a legal provision, all the bidders came under a particular concession contract. Now, if you allow this, the impact on the different operators will be different. I'm not saying that's not right or wrong. We need to work out a set of impact analysis for each concessionaire, and as Chairman JNPA said, we'll have to formulate guidelines for that. So it's not going to be easy, but it has to be done. This is like telecom migration formula. And to respond to the point what IPTA was saying, what's wrong if we allow the existing concessionaire market-based tariff? There's an issue here, let me tell you. Today, as we look at this issue, in fact, let me digress a bit. How did this TAMP regulation come about? In 1997, TAMP was set up because NSAT was the first private terminal in this country. And before that, the porters used to prepare the scale of rates and send it for approval to the government. Now, if you allow the porters the same power, because now porters is operating JNP container terminal, then you have also NSAT, both are competitors. A competitor cannot be the jury also. So you gave it to TAMP. So the TAMP, the only thing is that please don't charge more than that tariff charged by JNPT, because those days the belief was that tariff is the be-all and end-all of user costs. But the truth is that that's not. The user cost is not just tariff. User cost is tariff, but the cost of productivity, right? If a ship stays in the port for many long times, even a zero tariff will translate to huge costs. That's why you have ports like Singapore, which is able to charge big tariff for a big container terminal because the per day standing cost is $1 million. So if you say one day, I say $1 million. So even if you give zero tariff to Indian ports, they won't come to India. It's one day is $10 million. So the issue is the real villain is not tariff. It's a total user cost. Now, TAMP realized that. That's why 2005 guidelines, again, we didn't have sufficient database for regulator to do that. So it was what they call upfront tariff, which means I take a particular terminal, look into its cost structure, allow a return on capital. Even there, the original belief was that it is 20% return on equity plus interest on borrowed capital actuals. Later on, it was changed to 16% ROCE, which is indifferent between debt and equity, 16%. So what it was trying to do was, it was trying to attract investors to the port sector, because port was a nascent industry, investors were not willing to take risk. So it's like power sector, I guarantee a return to you. But then it was specific container terminal based. So that could be variation. One terminal would charge in JNP, one terminal will charge a cost plus tariff of 4,000, other would charge 4,500 depending on the vintage. So there's again a lack of level playing field, but TAMP had no option. There's no database. Then 2008, after sufficient number of PPP operators in this country, the information asymmetry was diminished. TAMP had at its database comparable costs. So we had what is called normative costs, which set into account what is a normative cost, and you do that. But then again, we also realized competition was slowly picking up in India. All the major ports had 2 or 3 terminal operators. So the industry was heading for competition. That's why reference-based tariff came in 2013. That means it's not cost plus. You can also look at other benchmarking. That's what we call competitive benchmarking. You look at competitors and fix that. So in a way, if you look at the tariff formula in India is completely what I will call economist delight. First, it was cost plus for a single terminal. When sufficient database was available to TAMP, you had inter-firm comparison. It moved to normative cost, right? Then it moved to reference base because you threw away cost, you went into market. Now it's complete tariff regulation. So it's in a systematic fashion, we opened it to market, right? So the direction of reform is perfectly in sync with the industry's competitive landscape. There's absolutely no doubt about it. We can congratulate our back that we are on the right track. The devil lies in the details. So coming back, if you allow, coming back to IPTA's formula, market-based tariff, today, sir, we are living in a situation where it's buyer's market. Too many terminals are vying for cargo. So the belief is that even if we give you tariff freedom, you're going to charge less because there is competition. Who knows? The situation might be very different in a few years. You can't form a law or policy just for immediate situation. Look at the power sector. Classic example. 1 year back, we were power surplus. Today, we are power deficit. What is the truth lie? The truth lies in the supply-demand mismatch. So ports also look at Make in India, Atmanirbhar projects, the type of FDI coming in India. You will find now porters are coming with SEZ projects. So you will find a lot of manufacturing projects coming India. So there'll be demand for port, and that could be a situation where we are back to less terminals, but more importer-exporter, leading to the good old days. So you cannot completely assume that the present day of buyer's market will play, it can be a seller's market. So we need to have a mechanism in place. So that's very important, because obviously next 5 years it can be very different. So how do you answer? So the issue is, to put it short, of course there is no second opinion, we should move to market-based tariff for the prospective persons, but for the existing concessionaires, we need to set up a committee or guidelines to find out what's the impact on different people. The idea is not how much profit or loss each person makes. The idea is to make sure that the treatment is equitable across parties. We may bunch a group of projects and do that, but that's like getting into detail and do that. So we'll have to do that, and government has enough powers, as Mrs. Anuradha said, under section 27 to government form rules for that, and we can do that. Right, that's on the tariff. The next part is tariff the only issue? I don't think. If you say in reference tariff, you meet performance standards, I'll give you WPI indexation, I'll give you 15% increase. I'm sorry, I have a different view on that. Now we are getting back into administrative tariff. Let the market decide who is a winner. Let's not assume that performance standards are gold standards. For example, when NSCT contract was signed, productivity said you had to handle 25 boxes per hour. At that point in time, we had no clue. The 25 per boxes, we thought it was world standard. Today, it's 40, 50, etc. So I'm seeing these performance standards are dynamic, will change. So in short, we should move to market-based tariff. And the challenge before government is to build more terminals and make it a buyer's market. And infrastructure industry, port was a regulated industry. So you had more demand and less supply. Today, infrastructure becoming competitive business like telecom. Port is exactly moving the way like telecom, where users have a choice. So to conclude, yes, we should give market freedom. We should give market freedom to the new operators, but we need to do it with caution, because different operators came at a different landscape. For example, when NICT came, there was no competition. When next terminal APM came, there was more competition. When PSA came, there was more competition. So the competitive landscape is different. You'll have to look at that. So let's look at that. That's one. Second point, is market-based tariff good? Yes, provided market-based tariff might also create surprises. I'll give you an example. Look at ports like Toothukudi, Paradeep, where the nearest port is not nearby, which means if I have to move that, which is what we call an economic switching cost, the buyer should be able to move the cargo between ports seamlessly at less cost so that there's true competition. Some ports competition may not be proper because the moving from one port to other port, because you don't like, let's say, Toothukudi, you have to go to Chennai, the transport cost will kill you. So unless we attack this multimodal issue, which means you must make the ports truly competitive, in that user will be able to shift by good road and rail connectivity. We can't do that. So it's some distance away. We need regulation because the economic infrastructure of the country doesn't permit switching costs. Last but not the least, I'm slightly amused by one provision, Competition Commission. It reads as though only public sector ports are subject to Competition Commission. In fact, the problem, it should be, though proviso meant it to private sector will also be subject to Competition Commission. And Competition Commission is going to be the arbiter of disputes in the market economy. So we need to apply that Competition Commission here. I think these are my points. We can take specific questions if we get that. I hope I have raised some questions, though I don't have the answers completely myself. Thanks.
Respected Chairman, Deputy Chairman, members of the panel, and august guardians. My perspective is purely from the man on the field, on the berth rather. I believe that the PPP philosophy percolating globally has this philosophy content that whosoever, between the public and the private, whosoever is better equipped to deal with a particular risk and address the risk to the advantage of the organization and the community at large, they should be given the liberty to address that risk and bring out the best. So in our context, the pricing freedom which should have been given to the private sector was not given to the private partner, and there were issues that we had faced which the history teaches us and which is corrected by the 2021 Maritime Ports Act of. So that is point number one. The point number two is pricing individually is not a complete standalone strategy to enhance our maritime sector. Pricing is one important strand in the whole fabric of the strategy. So pricing should not be the sole end of the strategy. For example, Singapore recently, in 21, created that a concession for smaller vessels. The idea was to create adequate cargo feed for the transshipment volumes for the bigger vessels. So it is a strand in the whole fabric of strategy. We are not having the strict PPP pricing controls took us out of the marketing strategy. Two examples. Recently in Ningbo, in the year 2021, they had suffered very lean business during the first stage of the pandemic. In the second stage of the pandemic, they saw the shipping lines skyrocketing the freight. Shipping lines were justified. In the initial stages, they suffered blank sailings, cancellation of schedules, and in the business cycles, they were to make up the loss in the second phase. Shipping lines were making the money. So Ningbo also increased 10%. And created an adequate reserve for what they lost in the previous first half of the pandemic. Similar kind of business cycle strategy was not part of the Indian maritime sector. We suffered the loss. We didn't make good the amount of the resource available to us in good times. Similar is the case of iron ore. Iron ore shot up from 40,000 rupees per ton to 70,000 rupees per ton in 2021. The charter rates went up. The shipping line freight went up. The importers made big money. The exporters made big money. The Indian ports, which suffered, which invested on the mechanical unloaders, loaders, etc., and suffered idleness in the first part of the 2021, did not make up the loss in the second part of 21-22, even though the market was favorable to creating a higher amount of revenue. So the market behavior, which should have been an orientation for Indian port sector, was not available to us, was not part of us in the initial stages during the earlier act. Now that is to be corrected by the MPA Act of 2021. After the introduction of MPA Act of 2021, the first stage of implementation was with a circular which corrected a part of it, a part of the earlier things which needed to be corrected. We are not leveraging the full freedom given by the MPA Act in the initial tariff policy created and circulated, because we ourselves do not have the strategical input. The major port sector does not have the strategical input to take advantage of the market freedom that we have been given. I was talking about Ningbo, I was talking about the iron ore. Such kind of exercises, Singapore, etc., needs a certain kind of strategization, which I think best said in Mahabharata, in the Bhishma Parva. Bhishma tells Karna that, that your strength and competence are a reality, but success is the outcome of strategy. So that difference has to come into the Indian maritime sector, which is being permitted by the new act. The asset utilization is a big concept that has been brought in by the 2021 Act. The pricing freedom, the 100% indexation for achieving performance. Earlier they were telling us, IPTA was telling us that if you do perform extremely well, your rates are going to be cut down. So this is a correction. 100% indexation is a correction given in the 2021 Act. The port cannot uniformly create a point of tariff fixation based on the 2021 Act. We have such variations. 1 ton of handling cost of 1 ton in Calcutta port is 257 rupees, whereas it is just 57 rupees in Conclave port trust. And a ton average weight is 11.5, a TU's average weight is 11.5 tons in JNPT. A TU's average weight is 19.5 tons in Tuticorin port. So all kinds of variation need to be addressed before we get into the second level of market-friendly approach. In the present context, we cannot move forward with different kind of approach by different PPP operators. My suggestion is that normalization is required, and it is concession agreement, not license agreement. The difference is license agreements have uniform conditions. My driving license and your driving license are the same, carries the same conditions. The concession agreements are different. They carry different background, they carry different set of conditions. So they need to be normalized. Now, the normalization process by the ministry may not be fair. My suggestion is that we should go for a Swiss challenge method when each of the PPP operator who want to move into the newer system according to the 21, like his competitors in the same port or other port, should be given a freedom to put up a proposal, just like a Swiss challenge, that I will, with the following conditions, operate in a market-friendly manner, just like my competitor. This is to ensure adequate capacity utilization. This is to ensure better returns to the major port landlord authority. I am also ensuring that I will be not making too much profit. The fairness need to be measured by an empowered committee constituted by the ministry. Rather than a top-down approach, I believe a bottoms approach, a Swiss challenge, can be a good road ahead to address the issue. Thank you.
I think life is full of surprises. I thought Dr. Unik Krishnan will give us very conventional answers, but he's gone into maximum adventure, I think. Okay, I think we've had four or including me, 5 people who've spoken on the subject. I think why the market? I mean, the starting point, of course, is that this belief in market comes for various reasons. So at the end of the day, it definitely is more neutral, let's say, I mean, beyond anything else. But since we cannot take ourselves, I was just quoting Rumi yesterday. Rumi is a Persian poet who said, when you have to make change or understand, आपको अपने आप को अपने से निकालना पड़ता है. So this whole thing will never happen till the time we can do that, do that. So it's a bit of a catharsis. But when people who've grown with strong socialist principles start discussing market, it is going to be a complex situation. However, I think that we all are trying to say that market had to be looked at only as if we all had to go out and increase our tariffs, because we were being told by TAM, don't increase. But the fact is that market is to be looked at as a neutral answer, which is more adaptable, which is more flexible, which is in fact providing you gravity, which basically means that you are in better touch with the ground situations rather than restricted. So it's freedom from restriction, it's freedom from limitation. So from that point of view, when we are discussing, I think 3 or 4 things came in where we are saying that we definitely are clear that we must move on to this, where there are problems. Why the problems are? Mainly because legally different concession agreements, so the impact on different people will be different. So we reach a conclusion, there is no maximizing solution. Now, the alternative or the best answer still given is what is called a Pareto optimal solution, which basically means that maximum good for maximum people. There again, whether some kind of compensation can come in if somebody is really being put to a hardship or is losing. At the end of the day, what we are saying is that we will still have to have some very detailed exercise where when we are trying to say that 4 different guys under different dispensations were there, now because of the bidding conditions, concession agreements, you can't suddenly say that, doesn't matter and they can come together. No, probably they cannot. But this detailing will probably not bring all of them at the same level. That looks like a conclusion we are reaching, and the same thing was discussed recently in this Chintan Baithak of the minister, where all port chairmen, all the ministry officials, everybody was present. And I think the conclusion reached there also was that even from the ministry side, that well, yes, we cannot avoid this, we will have to do this, number one. But how to do it is what we are discussing here. The how to do part has raised 3 or 4 questions which can be discussed and deliberated more. The first part is this: how to do means that each one will still have to be given either a different formula, clubbing those 13 guys, the 19 guys and whatever, and then make them reach somewhere. This requires in turn, I mean, whether the people who are sitting on this stage or some more people who will sit together will have to get into that detailing, otherwise it will probably not work, or will not be acceptable, or will be legally challenged. So this word normalization that Dr. Unikrishnan says, that is probably what we are all discussing. But this whole Swiss challenge thing, again, I thought whether Jibu or other people can react to this, but I think that's the other extreme of this. I mean, it can be discussed for academic interest, but to me personally, I mean, that's a first reaction, looks like that it may be more difficult than what we are right now saying. But I mean, but well, we could still put it as what was discussed today and definitely send it to the ministry. There were 2 or 3 other things that were discussed where competition commission, okay, that is an important part where, so what is the role, can it come in, will the existing thing also affect whatever we are trying to do? This must be brought out, we must sort of discuss this. So I think on these 4 or 5 things, if we have more to say, we give 1 round to all of you and then go to the audience, right? So we can start with Bala, yeah, go.
I think the points are well articulated. The only caveat is, just as there is regulatory failure, there is market failure also. As he said, all of us are socialists by heart, we are trying to reform ourselves as capitalists. We're all masquerading as capitalists, while heart of hearts, we have been trained up and brought up as socialists, right, for whatever reasons. Now, so markets can be very funny also. So we need to have competition commission, right? And whether competition commission can resolve a dispute, because at the end of the day, we are not talking about being fair to the consumer only. At the end of the day, the biggest challenge facing the port sector, or for any sector for that matter, as Chairman rightly said, it's a Pareto's optimality. That means there are plenty of stakeholders in ports. One is a private investor. Second is a port authority. Third, most important, who is never talked about, is a user, importer and exporter. In fact, he is the focus and fulcrum of reform, but he conveniently gets forgotten in the reform, right? And the fourth is a lender. People put money on the table because lenders are taking project finance. They are taking the maximum. They put 70% of project cost, taking the complete project risk. 30% equity, he puts only 30%, and with all the caveats. I mean, I'm not being antagonistic of equity, I'm just putting the facts on the table. I've been a project financier myself and a lawyer later on, so I know the both sides of that. So the point is, can the purpose of the reform, as I can call, is to make Indian ports globally competitive, provide world-class service at rates which are determined by the market under competitive conditions, which means nobody can fleece you. You have a choice, and that's a challenge. So the focus shift from lowest tariff to the highest competitiveness, as it happened in telecom. Telecom, we are paying 16 rupees per minute. Now people are paying us money to take the phone, right? That's the other side of the spectrum. This is, even public sector is guilty of that, right? BSNL charge 16, BSNL today doesn't charge even 16 paise. So I think the matter is competition. We need to accept that competition is the best remedy. But having said that, competition is not an unmixed blessing, as you have seen enough and more, whether Lehman crisis or anywhere. Market do failure because it can be oligopolized. The trends happening in the country suggest that it's oligopoly, and we have monopolies. So the point is, competition commission, can do a good job? My suggestion is, while competition commission is extremely good in understanding economic principles, we need to also have sector. I think the government cannot wish away economic regulation completely. It's like Competition Commission should bring the Supreme Court, but locally, the Port Authority should know what is right. Then the appeals can go to Competition Commission. This is my humble opinion. That's one. Two, tariff is not the answer. Free tariff is not the answer. Free market. And the third, where I'm very worried, cargo terminals may be free, waters are not free. There's a big difference. In the guise of promoting private sector investment, conservancy should not suffer. So we need to make sure if conservancy is privatized, I have huge concerns, because an oil pollution can bring the entire Indian trade to a grinding halt. A container accident in Bombay stopped India's container. So we need to make sure that certain parts of the value chain are not privatized, are not subject to commission. We need to put that. So it's a total framework which counts. Tariff is just one piece. Competition is the most important one. Local economic regulation with the Port Authority, because it knows the industry better before you take the Supreme Court appeal to the Economic Principles of Competition Commission. The last but not the least is these contracts. I've been a lawyer myself. Law is more a nuisance and not a facilitator. Being a lawyer, I'm saying that very openly. So law, take a policy based on what law says. Change the law if you want. We cannot cut our leg to suit a shoe. Law is a shoe. Let's change the law if you don't want. But the idea is, whatever reform we do, we sit across the table and do a migration formula. Let's adhere to that. And last, again, sorry, I've been adding last. Ports are no longer, as Chairman Morning said, ship to shore. Port is part of a logistic chain. The successful ports of tomorrow are going to be the ports which offer total solution to the client. It should be able to give you railroad connectivity, reach the customer, give him certainty to reach export market, import market. Any port which is able to reinvent by this landlord concept will be successful. So we need to look at certain reforms to truly empower the port authorities so that they are enabled to transition from a port, ship to shore, to a logistic, and all the investments are tomorrow going to be not on terminals, they are going to be in railroad connectivity, they are going to be in dredging. If you have seen the Vadwan composition, the public sector, private sector, clearly on that side, long payback. We have a long payback investments which are outside the port. A landlord port invests outside the port, and except dredging and breakwater, right? So we also, in doing this, we are making port trusts increasingly dependent on private sector royalty payments. And so this is another market risk. Ports are not going to get assured income, so they are also going to be affected. So we need to discover answers in a comprehensive solution. I think the point is tariff may not be the only villain. We have, as the poem goes, the woods are lovely, dark and deep, the seas are lovely, dark and deep, but we have miles to go before we sleep. Thanks.
Okay, do you have anything to add?
Hello, yeah, am I audible? Yeah, just one point to add. When we talk about the concession agreement for the 8, 13 and 19 operators, the only challenge, if it is thought of that, okay, we move to market determined tariff, then the challenge is how do you ensure that their legal position and the financial position is the same as they were at the time of bidding if you move them to market determined tariff. If this point can be addressed, then we can move ahead. So that is a point which needs to be deliberated. That is one point I want to say. Regarding competition, I would say that I feel that it is more to protect the interest of the users in the act. That is, in case there is a cartelization in future, so how do we protect the interest of the users? Okay, you have given them full liberty to move to a market determined tariff. Presently, okay, they are not able to increase the tariff. But if they happen to do so, how to protect the interest of users? So in that context, I think that can be of take care of the interest of the users. That is on what I would like to say on the Competition Act, which is prescribed in the Act. It is prescribed for the major ports, not for the PPP concessioners, but in the guidelines which is issued for the future PPP concessioner, this is one of the conditions which is included. That's also. Thank you. And regarding one point which from IPTA came out that VRC for the major ports is an issue and that should also be competitive for them. So here I would like to say in the tariff guidelines which is issued for the major ports, one of the clause which is put is they have to ensure that the charges what they prescribe for the ports are competitive to the neighboring ports so that they are able to attract the cargo and the vessel to their ports. So this point is taken care of in the guidelines for the major ports. Thank you.
I'll just add one point. Now market is just a reality. Capacity addition in India is a reality. Demand of the better service and efficiency from the shipping line is a reality. So all these forces will bring the parity into the market. So we request that this should be left to the market. Of course, there will be as a regulator, it should be that ensure that there should not be any undue economic advantage to anybody. However, the market forces will neutralize all this impact. And when we are talking of migration, it should be a collaborative process, it should be a consultative process. That will ensure that all the stakeholders are taken care of. Thank you.
I agree with the views expressed related to Competition Commission. I just have one or two small points. That when we bring in when the major port authority bring in the changes for the benefit of the operator, it should be a total concept. I think the major port should increase its volume, increase its revenue, and for that matter, there should be a synergy. There should be some input from the major port side to increase their revenue. Like IPTA was telling about the 8 million, out of the 8 million containers handled at Colombo, 4.5 million is Indian transshipment cargo that should happen in the Indian shores itself. So for which one of the major issues is from the Suez to Far East shipping line, a ship takes about 600 nautical miles of deviation. It is incremental cost to reach JNPT or Mundra. So when a ship comes like this, they look forward to incremental revenue to make up this incremental cost. Therefore, the shipping line is justified in a grievance that if there is a higher VRC, just like Madam said, it adds to the injury. So maybe we can have a tie-up, an arrangement, a synergic arrangement, so that the VRC becomes competitive, which the Indian port sector is currently probing solutions, and then the total volume, that 4.5 lakhs transshipment happens in Indian shores, point number one. Point number two, among the strategies, the European strategy of converting port into a multi-product company is the need of the hour. The JNPT has very successfully commenced the SEZ. That is one example of making keeping the core service at a lower rate, getting the ships, getting the cargo, and then spreading the spending impact through various other means. There are a large number of CFSs which are underutilized. They can probe different activities and engage in utilizing their empty space. I think I submit the proposal to you also, sir, so that our ecosystem increases. Thank you, sir.
With Dr. Unikrishnan's permission, I like to take on that VRC debate further. I'm just saying the devil's advocate. We're all friends, but we're just saying the devil's advocate. Everyone in the world says that Indian VRC charges are very high. Yes, they are very high. Absolutely, there's no second question about that. Of course, we did a study with the Deputy Chairman, JNPT, recently also. Yes, they are high, obviously. So, when we say something is high, we have to also understand the intentions of the party who are seeking tariff cut from us, shipping lines, right? Now, let me put a different answer to you. I come from a place called Chennai. Chennai and Singapore are much closer compared to Mumbai and Singapore, Mumbai region and Singapore. The box rate per box to move a container box from Chennai to Singapore is much costlier than moving the box from Mumbai to Singapore. The distance is very big. Why? Obviously, the vessel is incurring more bunkering costs. You are spending more time, deviation, detour. Why are people still charging lower at Bombay? I mean, can I put this question to you? Don't mind, for a change. What do you think the ships are charging lower box rate at Mumbai region rather than at Chennai region? Is there a reason for that? Sorry? You can be louder, sir. Sibu, sir.
Or maybe you can pass on the mic there. I don't think it is correct. Can we get a mic there?
Yeah. Okay. See, okay. Right.
No, I couldn't hear it. What did you say?
No, what I was saying is like it is not always the case where the freight charges from Mumbai to Singapore is higher compared to Chennai.
Okay, let me put it like this. Okay,
because
fine.
most of the time we found that like the Chennai, Singapore.
Okay,
like
thanks. My only point is cost do not determine prices. For example, if a high load at Mumbai region waiting for my container boxes to be filled, I'll obviously want more boxes, come to Mumbai and pick up more boxes for the return haulage. At the end of the day, a cost is a weighted average, which is the dominant cost for me. When a ship is coming to a port of call, I incur variable costs like bunker cost, etc. Because the more the distance I travel, I incur variable costs. As against that, I also have standing costs, ship insurance costs, ship crew costs, the interest on borrowed capital. It's what is called operating leverage in financial parlance. So for the most of the big vessels, the operating leverage is very high. I would always want to cover my fixed costs. I'll always want my ship to be full. So my point, simple point, while I could, of course, Sibu is a man on the, I can't say street on the waters, okay? But I would still tell you, cost is one parameter. Ultimately, a businessman looks at the totality, right? So the point is, if you want Indian ports, I'm just giving a counter to that, to still be able to afford higher VRCs, I mean, I'm using a Shakespeare's, the dear Brutus, the fault doesn't lie in thy stars, but in thy selves. Which means the fault doesn't lie in thy tariff, but in thy ability to generate box traffic. If you're a successful port who is able to assure boxes, ship will come to you no matter whether Timbuktu or Antarctica. That's my short point. So cost minimization has its own limit. Thanks for that.
I don't really agree with that, I mean, fully, but that's okay. Okay, I think in interest of time, since we've already exceeded, we'll just put it out for the audience. If there's any comment, especially, see, two things. I mean, IPTA is trying to say, of course, we will still need some kind of regulation, some regulator. So we need to understand how do you look at that? What is this form? Because currently we are only discussing an adjudicating body, which is not really the TAMP that we had. I mean, this is more like again a grievance redressal system or something. So what are we looking at really? And second was this whole thing of we are dealing with this big issue of how will we minimize the differentiation or the differentials that exist when we are trying to bring the existing operators into the new guidelines. Okay, let's have some reactions or inputs there. Jibu first, yes, please.
I think on this TAMP discussion, we are limiting ourselves to the major port. I would say that major port alone is not the one which is serving the market, the industry per se. Let us say that if you take the case of Western marketplace, about 71% of the volumes today is done by non-major port. Like for example, JNPT does about 5.6 million. Let us say Mundra 6.5. Pipav about 700,000 or so, and then so is the case with Azira. So this is what the Western ports are. 71% of that is served by non-major, which is not regulated, which is not under TAMP. but it is working perfectly fine as with respect to the competition, as per the market competition. So I believe that it is not only tariff, but tariff also is an important part when a private party from a private operator tries to bring in, attract volume. The VRC come in play, the container handling charges comes in place, cost comes in play, royalty comes in play, what I can charge ultimately certainly will come in play. Because at the end of the day, everybody looks for a certain margin. I think the time has come probably that we need to be a little fast in resolving this, because except one terminal per se today, all the previous regime. That means none of them will have the motivation to push the asset, because I'm getting penalized for doing better. So probably it is time, like we have to have an open mind and then probably do that, because that competition in market is fierce. If you see, just take the case of JNPT for that matter. It's about 70% utilized, very soon it will be 50%. You have to sell. So it's not ready market there. That's my. And regard to VRC again, like for example, I was there in Cochin before I came to Navashava. There they had to give 85% discount on the vessel related charges to bring a ship to Cochin. 85% discount. So I think these are all very important points from a market perspective. Thanks.
On the VRC thing, Unmesh, unless you want to add, since you've recommended something to the government in this committee. Idhar, aage.
So the VRC thing is a little complicated thing because the calculations are not that simple, because in most of the western ports, when we are comparing with the western ports, that it is a VRC or other ports apart from India, then most of the cost, for example, the dredging cost and other costs are borne by the local government or local municipalities. So I mean, now, except in our major ports, 3 to 4 ports are in profit, others are making losses. And if this VRCs constitute almost 40% of revenue. So to take any decision in this regard, and sir, when we compare, the CRC is much cheaper compared to the other countries. So if we have little cost we are in VRC, I don't think so that is any much relevance. As far as what Bala said, I agree with him. But definitely there is always scope for improvement, and we can reduce certain costs and then we can reduce VRCs.
One typical suggestion given is that somehow you push that under the garb of CRC. I mean, so the effective thing remains the same. No? So we are the ones who will say, oh, we are really bothered about the user. We are really bothered about the user. Shipping line is a villain. Shipping line is a villain. Then we will say we have to reduce it somehow, and then we say, oh, all right, let's show some of it under as CRC. So we need to probably still rethink on that part, and only as a country, of course. When we are being beaten with this stick all the time that your VRC is higher, well, we need to do some part of it will still be a presentation, as to say, to the world. I mean, so if you say optics or cosmetic or whatever, so probably we will still need to do that. I think let's go to, yeah.
Thank you, sir. As Mr. Wagh rightly mentioned, the reasons could be there, as he's put across the reasons why the VRCs are high. So we are not disputing that, those could be there. But as you rightly said, that the point is that whether shifting it under one garb or the other garb, the point is that the cost remains. Now, as a user, as a line, when the line comes, I mean, those problems may be there, but they compare those costs for calling a port as compared to some of the other ports. And if Indian ports have to be competitive, if you need to attract more traffic, if you need to have more transshipment cargo, then obviously something needs to be done, either between the private players and the government or whoever, to make these costs more competitive so as to encourage more traffic. I'm just talking from the user's point of view. I'm with you that there is an issue, but I'm just saying that it needs to be addressed one way or the other, because otherwise we'll be just moving around in circles and still the problem won't be solved. Thank you.
Yeah. Can I? So like what Bala mentioned, that we cannot be competitive globally. I think the answer was given by Unmesh ji that our dredging costs, etc., are all added to the port, whereas globally we are not on the same fabric. The dredging cost, the breakwaters, any port which is being developed, that should be the responsibility of the government, because it's just property of, the port is going to be there for 200, 300 years. It's going to be the government. Give a flat ready service, bring down the cost, and you'll, because tariff playing 5% here and there is not going to bring down the cost and make it globally competitive.
I don't know. According to me, for many years we are saying the same thing. I'm a relatively new entrant to your sector, but I understand this is being said. Our friends like Mr. Umesh Grover are the veterans in that sense. But if we are saying the same thing again and again, I'm saying obviously then there needs to be some out-of-the-box thinking now when we say dredging cost must be borne by the government. The government doesn't bear the dredging cost. The government is not in a position to bear the dredging cost. Some port is run by a municipal government. Well, we are not run by municipal governments. We have a completely different dispensation. So I'm saying the competitiveness part, the economics part, we all have to take a hit. The problem is that when Unmesh says other ports are not making profit, well, some of the profit-making ports should take a hit. I will not be liked for saying this, but I'm saying some of us will have to take some hit. Some of the hit has to be taken by the other stakeholders. We are playing this blame game, and we are not reaching anywhere. So the point again remains that if we are serious, if we are saying as a country we must present our ports to be more competitive, just by saying Cochin will be an alternative to Colombo. It's just a statement. It doesn't mean anything. Because obviously, either you are talking about cost, you are talking about location, you are talking about everything. So the effective cost which we are discussing today, if there are ways, it may not be a good thing to say, but then all of us will have to take a hit, and that has to be understood by all the stakeholders. It has to have a fair division, otherwise it will not work. Here when we stand here, I am saying as the first one, because if the shipping line will not say it, if the other guy will not, nobody is going to ever say it. So here, I think the conclusion on this VRC or CRC, where we say as a country we must present it for optics, the VRC must go down. The other is that some real cost must go down, which is again a function of efficiency, technology, other things, whatever. So anyways, I think this is a good debate which will probably go on, but I think we have reached or at least have some takeaways from the session. We document this specifically for the tariff dispensation and also for general cost this thing. We have one more reaction, maybe So probably that is the last, because I think the next session should start by now. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Vaidyanathan, go on. Yeah.
Talking about the new regime, Madam made a point that how are you going to bring all to a level playing field? So because the way they have bid it probably changed. But the concession agreement does have a clause which says there is a change in law. If you see, the earlier acts were all the MPT Act 63. Now the intention of the government is to move over to the Major Port Regulatory Act. So doesn't this come under the change in law? So we should take, if we really intend that we bring a level playing field and the apprehension of the bidding parameters getting changed, the only option is probably look at the change in law provision and a supplementary agreement to that effect. So that is my limited submission.
Yeah, the change in law provision is there in most of the concession agreement. It says change in law, it includes any repeal of law, promulgation of law. So this change of repeal of act coming and new act coming, it comes under change in law. Now, in case of change in law, the provision in the concession agreement is the concessioner or the other party, whoever is facing an impact because of changing law, can approach the other party, the other concessionaire or the counterpart, and reduce the impact of change in law. But the condition is the legal position and the financial position, while reducing the impact of change in law, should be the same as it was at the time when they bid for the project. Okay, so how this part can be taken care so that we are within the spirit of the concession agreement. That needs to be deliberated, that needs more thinking. So that aspect has to be taken care of. There is a provision, that's what I'm saying, there is a provision, but these two conditions have to be addressed. There is a provision in the concession agreement. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. I think we've had a really, really interesting session. Thank you very much. Bye.
All right, with this, we complete our panel discussion. May I request, first of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our panelists. Let's give them a huge round of applause. And to Shri Sanjay Sethi for convening this session. May I also request her to present mementos to our panelists. And may I welcome again on stage Shri Unmesh Sharadwagji to also join in for the photo op. Can you have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we present mementos to our esteemed panelists. Thank you so much for sharing your experience and your expertise with us. It means a lot to the entire team. Heartfelt thanks to Mrs. Anuradha Sharma, Dr. Unni Krishnan Nair, Shri Balasubramaniam and Shri Surja Sahu, and a big, big thank you to Shri Sanjay Sethi. A quick photo op with the entire team and our panelists. Thank you so much to our team. With this, it's time to move on to our next session right here at Maritime Public-Private Partnership Conclave 2022. They say the best way to predict the future, if you want to predict the future, you have to create the future. And our next session is precisely that. It's about the future projects of maritime sector in Maharashtra. And this session is going to be conducted by Captain Sanjay Sharma, Chief Port Officer, Maharashtra Maritime Board. I'd like you to welcome him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome Captain Sanjay Sharma. Can you have the presentation, please, on screen?
Closer? Yeah. Now to go back. Fair enough. Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Captain Sanjay Sharma, Chief Port Officer, Maharashtra Maritime Board. Right, and the topic is future prospects of maritime for Maharashtra. But essentially, I'm going to take you to a journey of what the Maharashtra Maritime Board does, and then the quick snippet about the future potential, what we have at the coast of Maharashtra. So, Chairman, sir, I will start the presentation. So, I will start with the introductory slide. So, generally, basically, Maharashtra is consisting of 720 kilometers of the coastline, and in the 720 kilometer coastline, we have about 48 port limits which are defined, 48 port limits as in like the talukas, and so whole 720 kilometers is defined into various port limits, which means that the whole coast is under certain port limits. So none of the part of the coast is left vacant without the port limit, without a defined port limit. And amongst the 720 kilometers, we have the geographical limitation of the two major ports, which is essentially Mumbai port and JNPT, which doesn't come under the purview of Maharashtra Maritime Board. Amongst those 48 port limits, we have about 15 operational ports. So each port limit probably will have 2 or 3 operators also. So the whole coast is divided like a taluka level kind of port limit, and we have the ports within the operators within the port limits. So we have 15 ports operational. Out of the 13 are handling the EXIM cargo, and 2 are handling the coastal cargo, and the balance are handling the passenger and the fishing activities also. Right, so these are predominantly the activities which is being performed by Maharashtra Maritime Board, because the mandate of Maharashtra Maritime Board is to control, administer and develop the holistic development basically of the whole coast. So in that we have the cargo platter, then we got a platter of shipbuilding activities, then we have also about the inland waterways, and then certain things we're touching upon the tourism activities like the flotels and marina and kind of stuff. So we'll just start with the cargo activities handled by, oh, it's not operating. Yeah. So we'll just, I'll just take you to the glimpse of the cargo handling at the ports, who are the operators, and probably possible sites for the future cargo ports which can be accommodated at the coast of Maharashtra. So as you can see on the slide, we have the cargo has been continuously increasing. I mean, so much so that we have almost 70% increase in the cargo handled under the Maharashtra Maritime Board over the period of 5 years. The major cargoes being handled are coal, iron ore, clinker, ODC cargoes. Unfortunately, we don't have any containers being handled in our ports, but soon is going to happen reality. I mean, since Dighi Port, we have a concessionaire at Dighi Port. Adani has taken over recently, so we are going to soon see probably containers being handled at Dighi Port as well. So, I mean, these are just breaking up some snippets about the ports, what we are handling. We have Dahanu Port. Dahanu Port is, again, Dahanu Port is a whole port. Within the port, we have a concessionaire called as Adani Power. So that port is a captive port, basically, to handle the coal for the coal-fired plant of Adani's. Next door is then we come to Ulva Belapur. Ulva Belapur, again, is a captive port, which is operated by Ambujas for handling the cement. So it's I mean, they have a fleet of closed cement carriers, which generally they bring in, and from there onward distribution do take place. So yeah, we have 2 of the cement companies who are handling the, I mean, our ports for transportation and onward distribution of the cement. Then we have Dharamtar Port. It's a riverine port, and it's in Amba River. So we have 2 operators operating from Dharamtar Port. One is JSW Dolvi, which is essentially again a captive port for their plant. And another one is a PNP port, which is a multi-purpose port. So I would like to share, this is the, I mean, Dharamtar Port, the riverine port is the highest cargo handling capacity-wise in all the national waterways. So that is Amba River, for you. So that's a national waterways declared also. And we are handling huge quantity, maximum quantity in any of the national waterways is from the Amba River. Next, again, we go back to Revdanda Port. Again, that is a kind of a riverine port declared as national waterways. And the operator there we also have is JSW and Indo Energy. So JSW, again, they bring in predominantly their captive cargo for the steel plant, and Indo Energy Port, they bring in coal for the usage of the multi-users. Then, as I said previously, Dighi Port. So Dighi Port, if you see the capacity we have is about 30 odd million
metric tons per annum, but then we have been handling only 0.2 millions per annum because of it was well in NCLT, and recently Adani has come in as the new operator, and yeah, so through which we are expecting to handle containers as well on the north bank of the Dighi port. We are looking into, I mean, it's going to happen. We are looking into the connectivity issues as well for the rail connectivity and the road connectivity, because container, as sir said in the previous, faster evacuation is required. So yeah, we are looking at the rail connectivity to Dighi port. Next is Bankot. Bankot again, it's a riverine port, small cargo handling, bauxite. Generally, bauxite is the cargo which is exported from Bankot. Then yeah, this is Jaigarh port. So what Mundra is to say Gujarat, Jaigarh is to Maharashtra. I mean, that is the biggest port what we have in Maharashtra, non-major ports. So Jaigarh is also into expansion mode. There are talks about containers also. Predominantly now the cargo is coal, iron ore for their own captive usage. And then we have a port in Ratnagiri where we have two, I said Finolex, which is again, it's a captive port for Finolex, the pipe making company. And we have a small port, kind of coastal berth for Ultratech, again, which is used for the distribution of cement from Gujarat to the interiors of Maharashtra. Then we have Dabhol port, which is Konkan LNG, so that basically brings in LNG cargo. It's an EXIM port, brings in LNG cargo for future distribution to the GAIL pipeline across the country. And then we got Reddy port, the southernmost tip of Maharashtra, almost bordering the Goa. So as of now, we have just been transporting iron ore, exporting iron ore from there. The plans are afoot to make it bigger phase-wise. So yeah, the plans are afoot, and presently the studies are ongoing with L&T as a consultant to make it into a big port at the lines of Dighi and Jaigarh. And then we have Karanja port, which is again a riverine port at Dharamtar Creek, at the mouth of Dharamtar Creek. That is again very close to JNPT, probably to that port once all operational, it will probably trying to ease the load of JNPT cargo which is coming on the road. So the containers can probably move to the sea route to the Karanja, which is again close by to the CFSs which are located outskirts of JNPT. And then we got this miscellaneous port, Rombe, Vasai, Bhiwandi. So predominantly these ODC cargoes, the over-dimensional cargoes, which are normally for the up-country or which has to be exported from up-country, cannot pass through all the culverts and bridges and all. So those are transported from these ports to Mumbai Port Trust or JNPT for onward transmission. And yeah, the slide what we are waiting for. For this port sector, we have anticipated or envisaged two of the ports for new ports, in fact, non-major port, minor port you can say, in Maharashtra. One is Vasheni. Vasheni being close to again Karanja. In fact, it's a riverine port, very less draft, about 3-4 meters. So it's going to be a coastal cargo, kind of Karanja. And then we have Girye site, which is in Vijayadurg. So yeah, we are planning to revive the Vijayadurg port project, and we are going to expecting a Vijayadurg port, which is going to be a deep water port handling the multi commodities available in the market. Apart from that, since all the operators are here, we solicited any proposals you have for the port development. You are most welcome to come to MMB. Then after the cargo, what we have also ventured into is the water transportation, passenger water transportation. So in the passenger water transportation, the photo what you can see is the Mandwa DCT Ro-Ro service. Is one of the kind of first, not exactly first, but yeah, running smoothly first time in the country. I mean, there were two of these simultaneously launched. One had its own set of problems. Luckily, we did not have no set of problems, and it's running smoothly, except barring COVID times when it was stopped for a couple of months. Yeah, that's the passenger traffic. We are handling about 14 million passenger in the waterways in and around Mumbai and all over the coast of Maharashtra. So yeah, you can say about 70% of the passenger transport handled in the waterways comes from Mumbai area, and balance is from the Raigad, Ratnagiri and Sindhudurg area. Good afternoon, sir. Chairman, sir. Good afternoon. And then we can see the routes which we are handling in MMR area. In MMR, basically predominantly the hub, as of now, you can say it is the Bombay Port, Gateway of India, or the DCT ferry wharf. So we have routes which are operational from DCT to Mora, which is in Raigad, Revas, Karanja, again Alibag area. And these ferry services are used by the local commuters to come to office on a daily basis, like our local trains and all. So one day, if we have a stoppage on the route, we have same kind of chaos from the passengers like what we have once the railways are stopped. So yeah, this is also a kind of lifeline for the passengers commuting to Mumbai. Apart from that, we have on the map, you can see we got the Ro-Ro service, which is operating from DCT to Mandwa. And then we have the recently launched water taxi service, which is running successfully between Belapur and Elephanta as of now. After the monsoon, probably we are going to start it again from Belapur to South Bombay. And then just to give you a glimpse of where the future operators can come in, we have few more Ro-Ro stations coming up. After the success of from DCT to Mandwa, we are actually making terminals in Kashid, which is again down south of Mumbai, and again one more stop and one more terminal is coming up at Diggi. So yeah, so the operators' future, I mean, since the topic was future of maritime in Maharashtra, so yeah, so that is where the operators, if anybody can come in to start the services on Diggi, Bombay, Kashid, Mumbai route. And again, just for your information, we are also trying to connect the Ro-Ro from DCT to Mora. Mora is a town which is close by to JNPT. So yeah, the vehicles, as what they are traveling between Mandwa and ferry wharf, they will be traveling between Uran and DCT. And then similarly, after the success of this Belapur water taxi, I mean Belapur boat service between Belapur and South Bombay, we are also bullish about starting the water transport system from Belapur till Thane. So kind of a triangular route, it would be Belapur-Thane once operationalized. It would be connecting Thane to South Mumbai also. So the stoppages, what we are looking between is Vashi, Mulund, and then the Thane. So yeah, once this is operational, so this is one route from Belapur side. Other route would be from ferry wharf to Thane side. It's a sanctioned project. The funds are being already sanctioned by the state government for dredging, and it should kick off very soon. And then, of course, after the Thane, we have this Ullas River, which is declared as National Waterways 53. So there also we are connecting Bhayandar to Dombivli in the first phase. As a matter of fact, it has to be connected from Bhayandar till Kalyan. But on the first phase, we are connecting Dombivli to Bhayandar and giving 2 stoppages in between at Kolshet and Kaler. So yeah, the commuting water transport, because of the traffic at Ghodbandar Road and all, so anybody who is probably going up country towards Ahmedabad or Surat or kind of stuff, it can be a good option between Dombivli and Bhayandar. And in this one also, we are looking at Ro-Ro connectivity between Bhayandar and Vasai. So the Bhayandar infrastructure is ready. Vasai infrastructure should be ready in another 3 months, and we would be needing operator there. And in fact, the local populace are hugely anticipating that particular route to start because of the bottlenecks they face between Bhayandar to Vasai transportation. So that was the future about the, water transportation. And then we'll just touch upon the shipyards. Right, so we have currently 4 shipyards operational at the coast of Maharashtra, one state-of-the-art ship lift facility at Angre Port, other Lavgan facility where they have a Rolls-Royce kind of ship lift mechanism where the whole ship can be lifted, brought on the ground, repaired and taken back to the waters. And at a time, they got a capacity of almost 6 medium-sized ships to be repaired. Then we have a floating dry dock located at Trombe near the, just close to the Vashi Bridge. Then we have a Marine Frontier is the operator in Dharamtar Creek, which are basically manufacturing the fast speedboats for the police and for the export as well. And we have a Bharti shipyard in Dabhol, which is presently under NCLT, so that is also a future takeaway if somebody is interested. Bharti shipyard, okay, again, it has got huge draft of about almost 8 meters, so the whole nice facility is up for grabs. For ship repair, the future what we are looking at is to have a cluster at Belapur, something like what we had a cluster at Darukhana, but in a better kind of managed way. So we have cut out almost 7 plots there, which has already obtained the EC environmental clearance. Everything is all done. It's completely plug and play model, basically. So the ship repair, shipyard operator has to just come in, participate in the tender, take the shipyard and start manufacturing or repairing from the next day onwards. And then a little bit we touch upon the tourism side also, predominantly not the cruise tourism, but small ones, what we have in the coast on the Maharashtra, whatever is possible. So one amongst them is the marina. Again, marina is coming up just next, close to the Belapur terminal, which was recently launched for the Belapur water taxi. So this marina thing is going to coming up just next to the Belapur terminal. Got a capacity of about 30 boats in phase 1. And yeah, so that's about the tourism thing for marina. And the next one what we have is the floating hotel. That's a concept what we have started probably, in fact, the first time in Maharashtra from Bandra. So 2 of the flotels were at Bandra Mahim Bay, and the third one was operationalized in Ghodbandar Thane Creek. And we are looking for a couple of more in Belapur Creek and a couple of more in Bhayandar Creek once the waterways near the NW53 is started. That's the small presentation I have. Small opportunities in every sector, not only cargo, but we have for the passengers, water transport. So anybody interested in operating shipyard, water transport, cargo, flotels, do please get in touch with MMB. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that really insightful talk. And may I request from the team, Shri Unmesh Sharad Wagji, to join us on stage to present a memento to sir. Can you have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? A big thank you to Captain Sanjay Sharma, Chief Port Officer, Maharashtra Maritime Board. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we proceed towards the next session. Well, this is going to be very interesting because this is a session on PPP projects, past and way forward. And to share his thoughts on the same, may I welcome back on stage Shri Balasubramaniam ji, our financial and legal advisor. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody. Can we have the presentation on the screen, please?
Hello. Yeah. It's a fairly long topic. I will try to make it as fast as I can. It's a 30 years of journey in public-private partnership in Indian major ports. Can I go to the next slide? My career has been aligned with the evolution of the port industry. When the port industry started borrowing from the market, especially Birla Group in MRCPL, that's the first time port industry borrowed money, and I was in credit rating ICRA. Later on, when ports were privatized, I joined a public finance institution called IDFC and advised the government on privatization PPP work for major ports. In 2000, I did the MCA for major concern 2000, 2008, and 2021. So after the framework, legal framework for bidding and construction agreement came into being, private projects started happening. I moved to project finance. I started funding investors as senior director project finance at IDFC. Later on, projects were made in disputes, so I became a lawyer. I became a lawyer at J. Sagar. And right now, instead of arguing for clients, I'm resolving disputes as part of conciliation committee. So my journey has been, or let me say my voyage of my career is moved in the port sector, completely moving that. In terms of work, I lent more than 5,000 crores to PPP projects. I've been I'm basically a commerce graduate with a background in management, and I done by LLB and a fellow cost accountant, and did my port management masters from University of Wales and Singapore. And I'm right now a member of the National Shipping Board. I'm part of the National Conciliation Committee to resolve PPP disputes. Yeah. Next slide, can I go? Yeah. So today, PPP has become a much touted word. It began in a very modest sense in the year 1996, when guidelines of October 1996, the guidelines came for PPP. That time, the country never probably thought that ports should be privatized. And without getting into details, the initial occasion was JNP was chosen because it had less labor, and so labor problems were not anticipated. The original purpose was to privatize the existing container at JNPT, but due to labor troubles, it was decided to go to a new terminal was privatized. And the focus, and believe me, ladies and gentlemen, those days it was thought that port was a gold mine. So the government wanted to make sure that we also get a share of the cake. So the focus was whoever gave that qualification criteria, whoever had operated ports a particular throughput, that's a qualification round and financial strength, and whoever offered the highest money to the port in net present value terms was given the port based on what royalty they guaranteed. And TAMP was set up later on. TAMP was because ports cannot be the jury and the player because ports are competing porters, so we had TAMP set up in 1997. Now, the issues which came in, the porters specified the minimum guaranteed traffic. Now the point was that it never exceeded 5 lakh tons. So the first question is that should port be doing that? I mean, it's, those things were breached by NSET in 2 years. Royalty, unfortunately, the initial thought was that royalty is item of cost. It was allowed to be passed on to a tariff. There have been subsequent U-turns that royalty became a partial pass-through in July 2003. And later on, it got restricted to the next highest royalty, who were making losses. Somehow, the objectives of PPP drifted from making port projects happen to ensuring that the port projects became profitable. That's not the purpose of the public exchequer. The public exchequer is to take private parties take the market risk. The idea is not to subsidize losses. Somehow we allowed partial pass-through. Later on, the initial was, see, I think the philosophy also different. It was like power sector. You had to guarantee a return to the investor to attract investors. Initially, it was 20% return on equity. Later on, it became 16% return on capital employed, which is debt plus equity. Now, and fixed assets allowed at net block. Later on, the private sector had a problem because net block was becoming zero, so they wanted gross black. The whole aspect is that the question that comes to our mind in hindsight, of course, all of us have 20 by 20 vision in hindsight, right? The 20 by 20 vision I have in hindsight is that should we be assuring profits? But it's a difficult question to answer at this point of time, because at that point of time, making private investments happen, government had to gold plate and silver plate the offer. So it's evolution. Next slide. Can you go to next slide, please? Next stage, a lot of private sector complained that the objective was it treasury, trade or treasury? Should the government be maximizing the trade or should it be maximizing the treasury? So the belief was that all the risks were passed on to the private sector. So we shifted from royalty model to what we call revenue share. And I was one of the participants also in that particular reform as part of IDFC. We shifted to a revenue share concept. That means that the basic belief was that revenue share is a percentage of gross revenue. If you make more money, you pay more. If you pay less to the government. So it was a risk-reward sharing with the private sector. That's what is public-private partnership, right? But then the one big thing happened in India. I'm possibly not very parliamentary in use my language. Please bear with me because I'm just sharing my thought process. Somehow the philosophy that the port development must be local got overhead, and we thought we don't have to qualify people who only build ports. The government of India prepared a set of guidelines which are common to all sectors, including ports. Anybody in any sector could come to port. You can have construction experience, you can have project developer experience, etc. So, which means non-port operators could also enter the port. The issue here which cropped up was, you are talking about the BOT, build, operate, transfer. If somebody has to have an enduring passion and interest in operating ports, if you are bringing construction guys and developers who are short-term interests, then while the project is built, they may like to sell it off, go off. So operation becomes a casualty. The whole purpose of port privatization is to make sure that Indian ports are operated to the world-based standards. But somehow, by broad-basing the entry criteria, the build got prominently focused and operations got left behind. So similarly, we also had a lot of refinements in tariff. First, no data was available to TAMP. So the focus was not user benefit maximization. The focus was the port should not, the private operator should not monopolize and charge more. So the focus was actual costs, which are mediated by TAMP, plus a return on capital. Then, after few private players started operating, some data, this is called information asymmetry in economics, because the regulator does not have information. The industry knows the industry more. Like port operators know the ports better than the regulator. So the regulator waited for the database to come. The information asymmetries came down. So we had a data of points. So we set up what is called normative costs. Don't allow actual costs, but normative costs, based on efficient parameters of capital utilization. Next was that slowly, then we realized, next stage, cost allowed cannot determine tariff. It's competition because supply was more than demand. So we had to adopt what is called reference. It's a slow movement towards market. Reference tariff means you are benchmarking a tariff to the competing ports, so it's not cost. Now we are coming back to full market base. So in a sense, tariff reforms were very gradual. If I put it in a mathematical sense, the vector was right. The scalar may not be right. The magnitude of change may be dy by dx, dx square by dx square may be less, but the direction was very clear. And challenges. Now we have before us, can the market fail? It can be a regulatory failure, but there can be a market failure. We have seen enough and more in the market failure. The idea is how are you going to do it by Competition Commission? And is Competition Commission enough? Because Competition Commission, again, is an external player. Should you have internal regulation by Port Authority? My personal opinion, I don't have the mandate to say that. Either the port authorities know the port better, maybe the first point of appeal should be, economic regulator should be Port Authority, because Port Authority today is a landlord port, you're not operating, you're not conflicted with the trade, so you can jolly well regulate it. Perhaps the first point of appeal can be the Port Authority. If you have larger issues, you may go to Competition Commission, because Competition Commission is sector agnostic. A Port Authority knows the sector very much. This is my opinion. Next slide. Now, what are the lessons we have learned? I'm just going in a random fashion based on our experience. For example, when NSCT concession was formed, we thought that the private sector should not make money. Money by the, what you call money just like that. So we put productivity parameters. But the mistake we made, I would say mistake is a wrong word. As I said, in hindsight, I am wise, right? Hindsight, everybody has 20 by 20 vision. So we fixed a productivity parameter, 25 moves per hour. But little did we realize that it's a 30-year concession, that parameter 25 will be not relevant. It has to be dynamic. So that's a first lesson. Second, too micro specification, and this was one problem which prevented the port privatization happening. Because Port Trust, because those days it was supply constraint, right? We ended up specifying. We started breathing close down the neck of the operator and started telling him, hey, this is the berth length, this is the equipment, this should have an outreach. Come on, if you are designing everything, if you want to drive on the back seat, why do you appoint a driver? I mean, you should give the private sector the flexibility. Again, please take my comments in the objective sense. The objective is not to criticize everyone. So this became slightly difficult in attracting investors because investors, the beauty of the private sector, it knows its business. If you want to do the business plan of the private sector, you shouldn't privatize in the first place. That's where ports like Gujarat did well, not because they were right. They didn't know anything about ports. Sometimes knowing the port is a danger. We know the ports. So we started specifying how we should operate, right? Gujarat, probably Maritime Board never knew the ports, so they left the freedom to the private sector. So it ended up in such a way, it attracted so much you can do any business plan. So the last mile connectivity of Gujarat ports were built by the private sector. Whereas in major ports, all connectivity is the central government are already built. But in Gujarat, the investors went in Pipavav, in Adani, Mundra. The last mile connectivity is done by the private sector, which is not probably happening in the major ports. And this, believe me, the investor always wants flexibility, resilience, because businesses will have ups and downs. So if you give a businessman flexibility, he'll always respond, and that's what probably Gujarat did, not perhaps with foresight, but more out of the circumstances, and it attracted a lot of investments, much more than called for. And the next issue we had was, ports were brownfield, like in a railway station, you already have platforms, you only privatize one more platform, one more terminal. Minor ports, you build a new railway station, new port. Next, supporting project infrastructure. Again, when you are looking at future, the ships become larger, right? Earlier we were handling 65,000. Panamax, it became larger and larger, cape size, all that. So you get deeper drafts. Again, ports need larger roads and rail connectivity. This I will call supporting infrastructure. And this supporting infrastructure became a critical input, which is affecting private investment, because you had to depend on NHAI, you had to depend on railways. So in fact, when I was advising Kochi Valarpadam container terminal during my IDFC days, the project did not succeed. We put that one of the pre-committed conditions, supporting infrastructure necessary. That's the first time it happened in the country. Now, this supporting infrastructure has its own problems. It is not as if porters can give a guarantee for NHAI. Porters cannot give a guarantee for railway. So these are the problems. Porters also has a difficulty in terms of timelines. Exclusivity and good old days, you didn't want competing facilities. So everybody put a condition, don't put a port in next 25 kilometers. Now, this was a joke. Why? Because under the constitution, ports, major ports are in the union list, non-major ports on the concurrent list. So state government, so you have a port at Visakhapatnam, 90 kilometers, 60 kilometers away you have a Gangavaram port. How can you prevent Gangavaram port being built up? So on one hand, you could prevent intra-port competition, there is inter-port competition nearby. So competition, again, whenever you tinker with market forces, non-major ports benefited greatly at the expense of major ports. Next was, all of us know, change in law. Suddenly, one fine day, Supreme Court said, you can't export iron ore, you can't import whatever coal. So what happened? You have a PPA hotel in places like Ennore, which are handling coal. What do you do with that? So this is a change of law. We had a major problem. And I was lucky to be part of the MCA committee in 2021. We have tried to address that. I'll probably reach that to the later part of the stage. How do you deal with change in law? And you can't force the private sector to absorb these risks. And earlier clause was there. What it said is, whenever there's a change in law, you propose amendments to the concession agreement. Now that's completely in the open air. What proposal? Who approves? Nobody knows that. There has to be a particular pattern for that. Government never lacked the intention, but the final details are always needed. Next, unanticipated commercial changes. Today, look at so many coal projects. Coal may be going out of favor. Renewable energy may be taking over. Many projects may be obsolete. So all these cannot be anticipated in the private sector also all the time, in spite of the due diligence. So we need to have safety clauses that, and that's one point mentioned, I think, in the morning also by APM terminals. Next. We try to address that in MCA 2021. Next slide. Now, I'm just going to quickly run you through what are the major changes we did in MCA 2021. Risk of change in law. Like I already talked about court banning that. So the remedy provision is change in law is to be ascertained. First of all, is there a change in law? That's a legal question. Second, now you don't want to provide remedy for every orbit changes in law. It has to have a material effect. And how did it define? I mean, anybody can debate on that. What we agreed was that it has to have meaningful economic terms. Either reduction in 25% reduction in EBITDA. EBITDA is the operating profits before financing charges come in, right? It has to happen, or the 20% in capital expenditure and the business, and this has to be on an enduring basis. Which means I don't want to cover for a risk if it is temporary. It has to have some enduring nature. So remedy will be, what you need to do is, and I think this is the precise change which is happening in this country. We are moving from infrastructure status to a competitive business. Now ports are no longer infrastructure, quote unquote. They are in competitive business, like selling potato wafers. I mean, I'm exaggerating the example. Potato wafers is a different thing. It's like telecom, you're becoming competitive. So you need to prepare a new business revival plan. And who has to prepare it? The investor. And bring it. You may provide extension of concession or a change in cargo, but the conscious decision taken is not to give compensation. The idea is, if you are affected by a probably change in law, so is a port trust. Port trust also is not part of the court. So you can't pass the risk saying that you pay compensation. So what we are trying to do is alter the project structure like a banker and put a new business plan, either for extension of concession or change in cargo, right? And then this has to be approved, and we have a process for that. All we are trying to say is risk can never be eliminated. Risk can be mitigated. I think that's a fundamental principle of business. It's like buying a Mercedes-Benz car. You may have no accidents if you keep it in the car garage, but that's not the purpose you buy a car. You have to take out and take it. So you have to do the business. So the risk cannot be eliminated. This risk will remain. We are only trying to mitigate it. Like they say, it's safer to stay in the ocean, port, than to sail for the ship. But that's not the purpose for ships are built. Next. Next slide, sir. Risk of commercial force majeure. Previous was change in law. Second is commercial, a sudden change in circumstances where you are not a particular cargo becomes out of fashion like coal. What do you do with that? Right? So what we are trying to say is, again, you have to propose who the businessman, the PPP operator has to propose a new business plan, and it is applicable after 7 years of COD. Why 7 years? The basic belief is that when you do your due diligence, this is the law and commerce linked. When you make a forecast, the general assumption is that a medium term is 7 years. You can at least make understanding about the next 7 years, but changes happening 7 years is difficult, it's a long term. So in the medium term will not protect you. Short term is 1 year, medium term is 7 years, anything beyond is long term. We are giving you protection if the business is, I'm sorry using the word we, I became part of the port, sorry. The ports thought that we should give you a protection for that, which is we are changing that. And when you modify the cargo, the original royalty code can be changed also, but only after 7 years already. But if you can't predict a change happening in 7 years, you are not entitled to protection. That means you haven't done the due diligence. So you can't be, it can't set up a moral hazard giving you protection if you have not done your due diligence properly. Next. No, 1 second. No, previous only. Previous slide. Yeah. Now, port trust also has a problem, port authority. See what happened, sometimes in overzeal to protect investors, we thought that earlier we had a guarantee, royalty income to the port. Then we became very investor friendly. We said, no, we'll only punish you if there is no throughput. But you know, the port authority also suffers. So what we have done is, you at least link it to royalty payment. The belief is that earlier we took the holier than approach, said no payment. Now we are really saying that port trusts also have a reason to exist. You are providing the infrastructure. How do I recover it if I make it a variable revenue? Because on one hand, you have to look at the port trust angle. If you don't do well, if I share your revenue is zero, I also get zero. So I can't be completely exposed to your risk. So this concept has come back again. So it's a constant contemplation of minds which is making it change. Next. Yeah. Now, what is happening? As I said, the earlier belief was that we are selling family silver when we are privatizing. We thought business was available for the asking. Today we realize business is not available for the asking. There are more ports than users. At least that's the situation today. Now, the previous concession agreement said an investor is entitled to compensation only if he completed construction. In other words, you must give me an asset. But today we realize that's not possible. Because an investor borrows 70% from lenders and 30% he puts his own money. By punishing the investor or punishing the lenders also, who will not be willing to lend to you in future. I mean, if the lender, you should have done his due diligence, but in spite of due diligence missing. So what we are trying to say is that we'll give you compensation, provided you completed at least 30% of that, means at least 1/3 of the project, you've done that. Below 1/3, you are bound to suffer a loss, including the lender. Risk of non-payment of license fee. Now, I am not in very agreement with this clause, though I was part of the committee, right? So the point is, license fee was a big cause of litigation. Now, because license fee, when do you pay? Do you pay from the start of the concession period? Do you start after the land is given to you, free of encumbrance? Or do you start after the business? So this planning commission perhaps thought that we should reduce license fee to 1 rupee like license, and revenue should be linked to that. Now, it's a point of debate. When you say no license fee, that means you are taking the assets free of cost. I built my land. I built my infrastructure. The socialist in me is talking. You'll have to pardon me. JNPT chairman is smiling at me, but I had to give the answer. I'm a socialist. See, at the end of the day, public sector has created an asset. You can't create money for the jam, right? So you need to create. This I'll call an economist. Pay for the cost of the asset use. Taking away license fee enhance bankability of the investor, but please understand, investment need not be attracted by making me zero. That's not a right economic principle. All resources may be priced. There's an opportunity cost. Next slide, sir. Now, Port Authority had a problem, right? Lender's dues, you pay me based on lender due. Now, I have no control on how much you borrow. So a cap was put. Again, this was debatable. I perhaps thought 85% is too much. I'd been a banker myself. If 85% of project cost can be borrowed, equity is only 15%. The skin in the game is only 15%. So if the project gets burst, the equity investor loses only 15%. That's not a very, very fair principle of risk allocation. The equity, but then at least now you put a cap. Earlier there was no cap, so that the porters need not pay more than 85%. Risk of financial closure. Today what is happening, as port projects become competitive, the business plan is important. Earlier demand was just available. Bankers take more time to appraise the project, etc. So financial closure time is extended from 6 months to 9 months, right? Based on the project specific. Next slide. Now, there is a legitimate concern for some investors. Intra-port, not inter-port. Intra-port competition is dangerous. Cases like Visakhapatnam Port, we have too many facilities which look alike, handle same business. How do you ensure? You are putting too many eggs in the same basket. So intra-port competition, you don't commission competing facilities unless the investor gets 70%. The only catch in that. So if you are inefficient, what do you do? So we are capping it to 5 years. 5 years or 70%, whichever is earlier. So we are giving you protection. Now, but then again, this competition protection is slightly an outmoded concept. Because intra-port, you may protect yourself from neighboring terminal, but what happens if the cargo is taken away next port? But sometimes investors are also psychological, so we need to answer them psychologically. Next, risk caused by uneven competing with different PPP terminals. See, for example, some cases like Thoothukudi Port, dredging for the new guys or Visakhapatnam, you are creating a dredge of a larger length, larger draft. The older guy says, what mistake did I do? You didn't give me that draft. So we are trying to make sure an enabling clause, even old terminal operators are entitled to dredging depth, same as the new guys who have got better drafts. So that's to make sure that one guy is not jeopardized by the new guy. In India, it's like, the new daughter-in-law getting more benefits than the older daughter-in-law. It shouldn't happen. Next. See, there is a real risk. I'm slightly uncomfortable in this clause. My head has been trained completely by private sector, by heart sometimes in the public sector. Now, I'm not very sure whether Sovereign Infrastructure Port Authority can be responsible. Timelines are being provided. My only safeguard is that since that provision has been given to give a timelines, you make sure that you put a timeline in such a way that we are able to complete it. And one thing I like to say here, which is not part of MCA, is if port authorities, They are signing the concession agreement. Why should I be responsible railway dealership? Why should I be responsible NHA dealership? There must be a counter clause back to back. The crown shall do no wrong, shall apply also intra-department, government departments. But that's something outside PPP. Next. Next slide, sir. Okay. So next question, now that we have become landlord port authority, should we get the corporation back on our back? When ports were operating, you wanted to corporatize them. Like, my revenue making activities like VRC, cargo. That's the whole belief seems to be that it still makes sense to corporatize. So when you say corporatize, the immediate problem we get into mind, is it a backdoor entry to privatization? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Suppose I make it a corporate, I make sure, I'm just giving a suggestion, I gave it to the World Bank also years back, but this was accepted, but not. Somehow we can also introduce listing corporate landlord ports and giving stock option to employees. Because after all, port employees are not paid sky-high salaries. The employee can turn on and ask, why should I work hard? The profits don't come to me. It's not like private sector, if I perform more, I get more. Here I get paid by time rate. Maybe there's a case for giving stock option to port employees. If a particular project port is not doing well, maybe combine 2 or 3 ports. Paradip can be combined with a neighboring port. It can be made bankable. So the whole idea is there are lots of techniques available to make them work. The whole idea, let's not leave a stakeholder outside reform. Reform should benefit user. Reform should benefit investor. But reform should benefit employee also. We should have the buy-in from them. There should be some carrot. And you are aligning the incentive. Now, if you list it, the prices in the stock market go up. If you have more profits, that means he will work for profits. Again, government is not paying to pay extra money. You get stock option, get it paid by the market. Government doesn't have to pay money. This is one of my thought process I have. Next, how do you make ports that become competitive? Now, we are sick and tired of the ship-to-shore model. As JNPT chairman said, like Jebel Ali, should we be offering land? Now, it's like courier. Courier comes to your home, right? So why not ports go to the industry, set up industrial parks? The whole idea of doing industrial park is that you're leveraging on a land and creating infrastructure so that you in turn get more throughput. The charity is not for a public purpose, for a self-interest. Port employees, now my only thing, the government only said ports are landlords. Never said employees are landlords, right? If you're so smart, why not you all form a SPV? It may look like a very difficult question. Bid for a port terminal, right? If a Calcutta port person believes it's a riverine port, I can't grow, please form a SPV. Bid for the other port. Why should Calcutta port operate only in Calcutta? It can buy stakes in some other port. PSA, Port of Singapore, also operates in Singapore, right? It operates all over the world. You need expertise, correct? Tata Steel also makes steel. So you also operate, Calcutta port also operates in Calcutta. Ports which are lesser privileged, if your staff are brilliant, why not you form SPV? It's not very unheard of, right? If you're so good, why don't you do it? When I say if you are so good, assuming that you are all good, you can. And again, it also makes sure port employees become portable resources. Why should the resources of the port employees be wasted? Now, they are today poached by the private sector, but my question is, why not you plow the retained profits back into the port business? Right. Next, financial management. Now, as you enter the landlord port, these are the questions beyond PPP. Port is becoming a landlord, which means I am not making money from cargo handling. All my money depends on what revenue share my operators make, right? So my risk is more counterparty risk. What if the operators doesn't generate money? Where do I go? So risk is very high. But then my investment are long term. Today I'm not building a berth, I'm not building cargo, but I have to do dredging. It's a payback period, 60-year economic life, breakwater 60 years, right? Dredging can be 30 to 60 years depending on what dredging you do, right? So, and I had to do rail connectivity, make the ports more competitive, road connectivity, all that at my cost. The payback comes longer. So on one hand, my revenue is volatile. Other hand, I invest in long-term assets. So there's a mismatch. It's like banks. We are looking like a like bank. Banks were very safe when they didn't lend to infrastructure. They're borrowing short and lending long to infrastructure. You got a problem. Same problem I visualize public ports. When you are operating cargo, you are making money. There's no problem. But when you're going to be a landlord port, your cash flows are variable depending on the private sector, but your investments are long-term. Now again, this is my favorite question. I keep asking this. In fact, I had the occasion, actually, I can take the credit for bringing income tax exemption to the porters section 88. I argued with the minister that time, Mr. Balu, and why not you give income tax exemption to the porters? After all, private sector gets 80 deduction. Why not give it to ports? We got it. But my question is, if you are now becoming a port authority, which means you are a landlord, port local authority section 1020 of income tax, why didn't you give them income tax exemption? After all, they're developing the country. Why not? They're not operating. Next. Should VRC subsidize cargo? I've been talking about that, but the one point I missed to tell you. Everybody says vessel charges are high. But I'm asking one question. Yes, they are very high. But we forgot to mention one point in the morning and the afternoon discussion. Look at countries like Singapore, Dubai, Hong Kong. They're all transshipment ports, right? They give you lower VRC because the container vessels only bring the boxes, right? So they encourage vessels to come to their country by putting lower VRC, but boxes are in the vessel. The customer is vessel. So he attracts the customer, charges high tariff for CRC, cargo letter charges. And this is a very beautiful economic concept. Why? These people are transshipment ports, which means Singapore doesn't save Singapore, it saves all over the world. That means the cargo enters outside. It's like robbing Peter to pay Paul. He is exporting inflation to other countries because cargo is from other countries, but he is attracting vessels, right? So vessels are less. It's like, you know, if you remember the example, if you travel in highways in India, you travel by buses. The bus driver will stop the bus at a particular favorite restaurant, right? And he gets the food free. And why does he do? Why does the restaurant guy give him food? Because all the passengers take food there. So the same philosophy, you bring vessels free and charge CRC high, you export the inflation to other countries because cargo is not yours. So we're very happy. You become a transshipment hub. One power leads to more power. That's not applicable to India. India is not a transshipment. You have enough cargo within India. Why do you? Singapore is smaller than Chennai. You don't apply. Transshipment may look very fanciful term. It's a risky business. Overnight you invest in transshipment and the vessels can shift to other port. What happened to Tanjung Pelepas? What happened to Singapore? So transshipment is a nice term used by shipping lines to make you invest. But in my opinion, all risks are passed on to the port. Better be careful. I don't think transshipment you need for India, but that's a different question. Transshipment is a good word, right? But not for, that's for Singapore, Hong Kong, Dubai. They can't grow beyond the city. And should VRC subsidize? VRC cannot subsidize cargo. If you want to subsidize VRC, bring more vessels to India. And when you bring more vessels, more boxes will come to India. If more boxes come, vessels will come to you. They will not look at your cost. Cost is a variable cost. When do I incur variable cost as a finance man? Whenever I come to you, I incur variable cost. It's not a fixed cost. I won't come to you unless there are boxes. So even if the distance is more, I'll come to you. It's a simple finance concept. Introduce VRC. It's a variable concept. Bring more boxes. So build all ACs at industrial port. Bring more cargo. Every fellow will come to you. Nobody is going to look at the nautical mile distance. Hey, come on, yeah, it's all, we are all fooling ourselves. Nautical mile is not a big constraint at all, right? Nautical mile, what's the cost of bunkering? So I think we are all, you know, completely missing the tree for the wood. So a businessman looks at what is the voyage profit. For cost is a variable cost is a small component. He wants boxes, create a cargo base, and then all vessels will come to you. Next. Next slide. I think we already done that. Next. Next ticklish question. We are all talking about major ports. Earlier they were called minor ports. Minor ports are today bigger than major ports. It's a statistical aberration that we call them minor ports. In fact, there is no term in India called minor ports. Let me assure you. There's only one term called major ports. They are different the union lists. Anything which is not a major port is not a minor port. It's a non-major port. Today they are giving you run for the money. Should you compete with them or collaborate with them? In my answer, you should collaborate. For me, if you can't beat, businessmen say if you can't beat a business guy, marry him, right? Better marry the minor port. Buy a stake in the minor port. Tell the state government fancy stories, buy them. So you grow. When he grows, you also grow. Collaborate rather than compete. They are on different terrain. You can't compete with them. Very difficult with all our baggage around. Next, Indian Ports Amendment. Slowly, of course, the Indian port is being held up for political reasons, but then the point is, one thing we should be very clear. You can privatize cargo business. You can't privatize waters. Waters are a national asset. If you have oil pollution in this country, the whole country will come to a standstill. If you have a container accident in Bombay, the whole country. So conservancy, in my opinion, Section 7 of the Indian Ports Act needs radical relook. You can't give it to private individuals. When conservancy, a damage happens to Indian ports, the liability is huge. No private fellow, no SPV can ever meet that cost. You think a private SPV can manage the damage? He will liquidate the firm, and our country will suffer. This is something which we have to look at it very carefully. But then we are trying to bring a level playing field. We want to bring the non-major ports under that. That's creating a political furor. But the point is that the Act said, I love to be a lawyer to the central government, if they permit me. The Act only said ports. The Act never said about who should manage ports. So I don't think that's right. But in any case, we have to look at that issue. But there's a whole reason that we should regulate non-major ports from the aspect of conservancy, if not for business, so that accident happening one private port can affect the whole country. So we need to make sure that this doesn't happen. Conservancy, ports may be free, but waters are not free. We have to keep the water safe and clean by IMO standards. Next, how can next challenge? Ports cannot be ports, ship to shore, as JNPT chairman said. They have to be logistic players. You have to give a total solution. You have to have rail, road connectivity. If you want to invest in road ports, invest in rail. Make sure that you provide the end solution. And how can you market the port? Today, landlord ports have to market not only for themselves, you have to market for your terminal. And you have to recruit the best guys for that. Last, you have to train. If your job has become landlord, we have to be trained. PPP skills don't come. You have to understand project finance. You have to understand investor expectation. You have to understand law. You have to need to, see, port is your problem. Creating a solution for the trade is your problem. You have to convert it. It's like converting a story into a, into a beautiful story for the film. You have to convert a beautiful business model. A problem is yours, but business guy won't come to solve a national problem. You have to convert your problem into a beautiful business plan, make it a marketable portion. That's a training you require. And landlord function is also not easy, because landlord function calls for also buying. I said M&As, I think M&A should be a part of the landlord thing. Whenever a competitor is good, buy him out and kill the competition. I think that's it. Last slide, I think it's thank you slide. Right, thank you. I think I've been too fast. I'll be most willing to answer any questions, whichever, or unless there's a common session, right? I hope I was not too fast. I hope I was audible. Thanks. Yeah, any questions here? Yeah, please.
Right here, sir.
Sir, I was involved with the GTI work when the entire bulk terminal was converted into a container terminal. And also I had an opportunity to work as a deputy CE in Visakhapatnam, where we awarded at a stretch 4 concession agreements for various berths, which were basically coal berths. Sir, have you had a chance to analyze what was the issues, why those Visakhapatnam ports, the PPP were not at all successful? They had a lot of issues, and finally all of them landed in termination or near verge of termination. Whereas the same models were in this port, a very successful model. Anything could you analyze on that? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be committing contempt of court by giving an open answer. But I'll only tell you, they married and lived happily thereafter. Is a fairy tale. Private sector marriage with public sector, they married and lived happily forever is a very easy statement to make. It's difficult. But Visakhapatnam port, while I refrain from commenting on Visakhapatnam port because it pertains to the port and put me at loggerheads, the point is, to put a very answer to you without getting the basic homework. Most of us think PPP is a private sector's responsibility, he will do the due diligence. I don't agree with that. When PPP fails, we fail. It's like marrying a daughter to the richest guy. If the marriage fails, we suffer. So, in my case, the initial DPR, as we call it, right, should consider all risks also. We're very often looking at profits, but what's a risk? So, my opinion is that sometimes patience is a virtue. When you do so many projects at the same time, right, such aberrations happen. I say, repeatedly tell, all of us have 20 by 20 vision in hindsight. right? It's easy for me to comment on Visakhapatnam port. I wouldn't know what condition it is. But having said that, I think not only Visakhapatnam port, there are some other ports also which has got a lot of cases. I have gone through that. But my simple answer is that it is a zero-sum game. PPP is a zero-sum game in one sense. It's a tough challenge, right? Either the porters wins or the investor wins. That has been the logic so far. The real PPP is one, which is profitable to the equity investor and risk adjusted also. It's risk averse for the lender. It's beneficial to the user. So it's a marriage of multi-stakeholder interest. Making it work is not easy. And Visakhapatnam port, let me talk outside the conference room so that we can share that logic, because answering at this point of time may not be appropriate, and the wrong, there's a risk that I may be misunderstood. Yeah? Sir, while your intention is laudable, nobody is God. What appears as high at one point of time may appear ridiculously low. I'm just giving an example, I don't mind giving. NSAT gave a guarantee of 5 lakh tons. It appeared very huge to JNPT at that point of time. Today, 5 lakhs is nothing. So what I'm saying is, when you say cap, it assumes supernormal intelligence on the part of decision makers, right? Best answer according to me is like marriage. Don't put rules, evolve the rules as we part cross, right? My life, you know, if you tell your child to come home by 8 p.m., we are actually keeping the daughter away, not from home, from us. So my point is, anything which is regulation requires supernormal intelligence. That doesn't mean complete laissez-faire. The answer somewhere lies in between. I would always love to say, you cannot give a binary answer, is PPP success or failure? It depends on case to case. As you rightly said, some people are just, it's a fortuitous circumstance also. It's a fortuitous circumstance also, right? I don't know whether Gujarat Maritime Board, I don't know whether you observed it, GMB is having a lot of problem attracting new investors today. GMB today is having a tough time attracting new investors. Why? The honeymoon days are over. Honeymoon days are just over. You have world-class operator there, another world-class operator there. Where is the cargo man? You are close to North India, so is everybody. No, JNPT, then you have Newport, Vadhavan. So my feeling is that honeymoons don't last forever. There's no one perfect answer. Like one wife whom you married, loved and married, may not be the same, nor are you the same, right? I think I stop with that. Maybe some answers are better given socially rather than economically. Yeah, take any other questions, sir? Ma'am or...
Any other thoughts? So with this, I think that's the time we have. A big round of applause for sir. So you're a man of many quotes. I'm going to add to one of them. कहते हैं कि तजुर्बा एक चीज़ है जो कोई इंसान सिखा नहीं सकता. Experience is one thing that nobody can ever teach you, and your experience is absolutely unmatched. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your experience with us. With this, it's time to move on to our next session, and our next session is about NHLML projects in Maharashtra state. To conduct the same, may I call on stage Shri Prakash Gaurji, CEO, NHLML. A big round of applause for Shri Prakash Gaur. Let's welcome him with a huge cheer. Can you have the presentation on screen, please? Thank you.
Sure. So, good evening, everybody. I'm a bit nervous and depressed after seeing 25 years of experience presentation, because I'm just a baby in this sector. So please pardon me on all the learnings. I have to take a lot of learnings. So, good evening, everybody. First of all, thank you very much for JNPT and Mumbai Port to call us
and giving these opportunities. The real example of PPP I can see with the chairman of both the ports are sitting from morning to evening, along with the private sectors. That shows that we have reached to a certain level of maturity in PPP, where both the partners is not just sitting in the boardroom or meeting rooms. Here also in conference meetings, they are there for full day. So, as I mentioned, that we are just a baby, we are just a company created by the Ministry of Road Transport and Highway under NHAI for developing a logistics infrastructure, as the name speaks, National Highway Logistics. It's just a year-old baby which has been created. We do multiple jobs in logistics, both in passenger sides and goods sides. What will attract you interested is on the goods sides. So we are also responsible for port connectivity program, which we are doing across, irrespective of differentiating between major and non-major ports. Whichever port required the connectivities for highways, there is a justification of the cargo and there is a land as available. So we take up that project and trying to deliver for making that. Because our objective is very clear, bring efficiency in the cargo, in the businesses as you can. Because entire objective, which I'll come back to you, that how do we really work on bring the logistics cost per se for the cargo. Other than the MLP, port connectivity, the major topic which I'm going to discuss today, the multimodal logistics park, which is the talk of the today's. We do some work on the ways, on the passenger side. I'll just give 30 seconds, give the glimpse of that. The National Highway or the Ministry of Road Transport taking a big initiative that we build a fantastic highway. All of you experience while traveling. We are building this, the Mumbai expressways also. Like this, almost 10,000 kilometers of expressways are being built. But the more important is that the users or travelers should also get an experience. So we are developing 650 wayside amenities, where we have all kind of facilities, fueling, charging, restaurants, other recreational facilities will be available at that point of that places. So especially for electric vehicles, when you're traveling on such highways, you need not to worry. You charge yourself for half an hour, 45 minutes, refresh yourself, and your vehicle can also be refreshed same time. Another interesting subject which has been given to us last year is the roadway transportation, which is a very new transport system. Country, though we had done some projects in past. So we are developing few of the roadway projects across countries. If I just name few, and two major landmarks, I would say. One we are doing in the hilly area, which is Kedarnath roadways, which is, it's completely trackable area. It's very difficult to go for pilgrims to reach there. It's almost 13 kilometers. World's best system has been put in there. Another is as urban transport in Varanasi, from the station to the temple areas. After opening of the corridor, the traffic has jumped like anything. So we need to have proper public transport systems, which has been provided there. So, it's moving. Can you just shift to the next slide? Because which one? Green one. Okay. Oh. So, this, I'm sure many of you may be aware about the logistics efficiency. We call about the LPIs, World Bank digital studies. So I'll not go to the number per se in this, but I have to highlight two things here. Is what this LPI is, composite of the 6 parameter which is listed there. One of the major infrastructure is, one of the major components is infrastructure. Unless we have a really brick and mortar things available is on the softer part, we are talking about the single bill systems, we are talking about track and tracing and other facilities to be created. But unless we have a large infrastructure available, what we talk about the freight village of Germany or any other place which you take it, that is available, which is very difficult to reach it. But the more important, what you see in the bottom of the slide is that increasing one number, 1 point, very difficult, very, very difficult, because the moment you reach from 3.18 to 4.18, which then you will top 3 and 4, the 15% change in GDP. Meaning is my $3 trillion economy will $3.5 trillion from that day onwards, if I see. So that is a kind of impact the logistics has in terms of trade and commerce thing is. And when I said logistics, it is not just port, not just highways, not just railways, entire. I always give the examples. When I was in Europe 20 years before, I was doing one of the masters from University of Antwerp. A professor took us for a ride to Rotterdam port. I asked, Professor, where is the port? He said, there is a port. Thrice I asked, where is the port? He said, there is a port. Then got irritated. He says, what do you mean? I says, typical, says, I mean crane, I need, oh, you're talking about key area. Fine, we'll reach there. But for them, the port is not just a key area. What Mr. Bala was talking about this, it is entire, the largest European distribution centers are available 20 years before. So that kind of port, if we build, that kind of logistics system will build, if that kind of ecosystem will build, I'm sure we will be able to bring down the logistics costs of this country. Because what is more important in the previous slide is, our logistics costs currently, what we say from the studies, 14 to 16% of GDP, while the developed part is 8 to 9%. That means we are almost double in terms of our logistics cost. Unless we bring down that cost, we cannot be competitive to the world, especially we talk about China, we talk about the other countries, we have to bring this. And that will only happen when one is talking about economies of scale and economies of scope per se. How the economies of scale will come, the slide explains that saying this, you have to aggregate the cargoes at some point of time, at some place, then do an intermodal transfer, because our more than 50% cost goes to the transportation cost. If I have to dissect the entire logistics cost, there is a transportation cost, there is a warehousing cost, there is an inventory cost, there is other administrative cost thing is. So one focus is that how do we really move cargo from one mode to the cheaper mode. Ideally the internal waterways, which is the cheapest most. Second preference is railways. Third preference is the highways. And of course fourth preference, which is a very high value cargo, goes to the aviation industry. This thing is. But it happens the reverse ways. The highest number of cargoes moved by the highways in the country currently. So we have to really look at how do we really, the moment you will be able to do it, the cost competitiveness will come in that. The second point which I want to talk to the industry per se, that it is not just about the creating intermodal transfers and creating a large infrastructure like warehousing and facilities will happen. What is also important is industry also need to bring, when I say industries, real manufacturing industries and creating an ecosystem is what we call our mass customization. My favorite example, you are taught to me 20 years before, I'm yet to see in the market. Very classical examples, the paint industries. Mera wala pink, mera wala yellow. It is not for the customer. It is to bring down the logistics cost. What the industry is doing is, they bring the cargo in the white containers, a small pigment. In computer, it shows you what color you want. The customer is very happy. But if you see from cost point of view, it is able to reduce the large cost, the inventory is less, the transportation cost is less, and you are able to satisfy the customers while doing that. We need to replicate such examples in other part of other products thing is, then only we will be able to become the competitive in this. Now, this MLP, when we started our journey, we started in 2018, this part of Bharatmala program, which has been taken. What is important is, we have understood, we have learned a lot about the port sector, this thing is, but we are developing the MMLPs. These are 4-5 parameters are very, very important. Of course, we do a very high level of due diligence studies, project development. We do first the pre-feasibility study. Based on that, we come to the specific location, which gives us a scale, and then we do a detailed studies before we really go to the market for awarding the project. But what is important is you may get the demand, but you'll get the land. You may get the land, but and land is not just mean land at an affordable price. If land is very costly, then you know as a port sector or industry sectors how this will impact on your cost economics of this. Maybe the rail connectivity is very far, highway connectivity is very far, and if I put all together, the project doesn't come together. So our biggest challenge is trade-off between these four parameters, try to bring together, and then give the most optimal solution to the industries. That is what we are trying to do in some cases. So, as I mentioned, 2018, when Bharatmala program was taken up, where 34,000 kilometers of highways and expressways was to build, where 10,000 kilometers already under implementation, 2,000 kilometers already constructed, your experiences. Another major thing was taken is the multimodal logistics, how to bring efficiencies in cargo movement. And it is not just a transportation, for a point is aggregation of cargo, how this can happen is. So according to a LEAP study, logistics efficiency improvement enhancement program was taken by the ministries. We have 35 locations were identified as a part of Bharatmala program, as you can see on the map. I'm sure you must have heard in the budget by Honorable Finance Minister, when she announced that 4 MMLPs will be awarded this year. So let me brief you. Out of 4, 3 have already been changers, which is Chennai, Nagpur, Bangalore, and 4th one, Indore, will very shortly in this month, will be releasing the tender. So all 4 is market. We have done a very intense exercise, almost 1.5 years, for drafting a model concession agreement. I'll come back to you later on this. What we have, where we have tried to take intensive input from the market. And after that also, when we released the tender in January, February, we took 3-4 months, took a market feedback in form of pre-bid queries and interactions, and then again input has been given, and final document has been now released last month in the market, where I look forward larger participation from your side. In Maharashtra, we are doing very many projects in the states. One is the Nagpur project, which is Wardha, which we are doing in collaboration with JNPT. Then the other project which we are doing with the state governments, which is Nasik, Bitkin Jalna, together with the JNPTs, Pune, Mumbai, and Dighi. I'll go in detail bit of these projects, but just to give you an update, other than these 4 projects, another 7-8 projects at the DPR stage, which will be taken forward. And as mentioned to you, another 24 projects at the pre-feasibility level, which will be. Because when we take up the project, all required work from the authority we do upfront before we go to the market is. So it's not a halfway project goes, which risk will only be in this thing is. This is a classical master plan. I need to spend you much time on this. Yes, see, I always say MMLP meaning is 1970s when we built transport nagars in every cities. And this country evolved. We have a CFS, we have ICDs, we have another form of cargo movement is, and the latest is the multimodal logistics part, which is a culmination of all. It is a part of, it is a dry port, it has a CFS, it has ICD, it has a domestic cargo, it has a rail terminals, thing is, except the key and berth area, it has all the facilities what a port and large ecosystem is required. But what is more important is, as sir was mentioning, is that how do we really draft this PPP arrangement where it has an equal risk sharing mechanism. So what we are trying to do is, we are taking all your pain points and giving you payment points. What the PPP developers require, develop land, the rail connectivities, highway connectivities, water, power at your doorsteps. That is being provided by the authority with a 45-year concessions. Within the areas, it is a responsibility of the developers to design, develop, finance, operate, transfer, and for a consistent period of 45 years. What we also see is that such development cannot happen at one go, so that there is a flexibility in the document that it can develop in a phases. So the MCA is sure that it can develop in 3 phases, and all 3 phases should be completed not later than 15 years. The first phase has to be completed within 24 months. So what you can see is major investment is taken care by us. Your upfront investment of land, rail, highways is taken care by us in the beginning. You have to really focus on the part of business what is required to be done, and that is to be done. That part of that, only 30% investment of phase 1 is to be done within 24 months time is. So what is making mandatory, not giving a menu list, you do this, you do this, you do this. We are defining the MLP definitions. We are saying 30% of the investment to be done in 24 months time. You decide as per your business what is to be done. Come back with a master plan. We have given a base reference master plan. Evaluate that, do a well engineering, come to us, we'll approve it, and go ahead. And of course, there is a provision in the standard agreements, the timelines, another for the approval part. There is another important thing is, as I mentioned in my previous examples of Europe, is this also add to value-added services. Logistics is not just about stuffing and destuffing the cargo from the containers. The days have gone. You have to bring the value addition for the cargo. Unless cargo value addition comes, that only the economies of scale and economies scope, what I spoke about in the morning, that will come. And that will really make a difference in your cost competitiveness. If value addition is not happening in cargo, it will only adding to the transportation movement of this. So what is important from the authority, if you see the very clear-cut role of the authority and the developer is, all approval clearance, we take care, infrastructure, we take care, land, we take care. Business and value engineering is your part, which is to be taken. I'm sure many of you are aware of the Nagpur, but this is just a few kilometers away from the Mahasamruddhi Marg and the national highway which is passing through this thing. So the site is fully developed, a rail siding is already been done. In the beginning, we are giving rail connectivity plus 2 sidings as our commitment to the developers. Beyond that, depending on the market, everything can really be distinguished. So both highway connectivities, rail connectivities, water, power as mentioned are available for this before we bid out the project. That is available for this thing. We do a very intense traffic studies by all the best consultants available, but that's our estimation. You have to come forward and do your own estimation. What kind of cargo mix will go? Accordingly, you can bring the value engineering in the master plan and see this thing is. We estimate around 10 to 11 million cargos, which may be able to, throughput can be handled by this thing is. This is a master plan as I mentioned. So we give the base master plan as I mentioned, that based on the master plan, if it goes to the industries, industry can always come forward and improvise the plan. This thing is. As I mentioned to you, phase 1, 2, 3 are well defined for us, but you can always come back to know, for my understanding, the plan I need not 2 million square feet, 500,000 square feet of specialized containers, warehousings, or other form of development, which we adjust accordingly. But more important for us is the commitment, because financial commitment one is made, within that market knows very well where to invest and what kind of specialized commodities is to be provided. Another classical example, and this very good example for this integration. I'm sure all of us must have heard the program called PM Gati Shakti. It is not just about integration of the physical integration, it's also about institutional integration. So here, it is not that Ministry of Road Transport or NHAI or NHLM is only giving the concessions. The concerned ministry is coming together, forming a special purpose vehicles, and then in turn they are providing the concessions. So developer need to run out 20 spaces. Though here only 2 of us are there because this project doesn't warrant others, but if I give you examples of the Chennai MMLPs, they are in SPV, TITCO, Tamil Nadu Industrial Development Corporation, Chennai Port Trust, ourselves, and Rail Vikas Nigam Limited, Railways. So Ministry of Railways is there, Ministry of Shipping is there, Ministry of Road Transport is there, and State Industrial Department is there. You need to run on only these 4. These 4 are coming together, forming a part of SPV authorities, which in turn will be awarding the concessions. You need to go to 20 windows to get your approvals. That all will be done. That's the reason I says we take the responsibility of giving approval clearances, providing upfront infrastructure. In this case, especially in Nagpur case, we have the rail connectivity available, so we have only GNPT and us as partner to this. This is an example I mentioned about Chennai, MMLPs, which are around 200 acres. Thing is very near to the main highways, Chennai Ring Road. Detailed master plan of this able to handle almost 78 million cargoes there with an investment of 800 crores. The Bangalore MMLPs at the Vaspet, near the Vaspet, is of 400 acres size. Of detailed master plan. So we do a complete detailing master plan. It's not that this master plan is catchy or concept is. If I have to release a tender for this master plan, using the EPC tender, I have that kind of estimates available with me. When I'm saying 800 crore or another 600 crores to be invested in this by the developers, that kind of detailing is already been done by us. But of course, we leave to the market. You have to do your own due diligence and do your estimates and come for the bidding. This thing is. This has almost 400 acres, which will be able to handle almost 29 million metric tons of cargo in this. Which, as you can see, it is not about container, it is not about the bulk cargo, it is also liquid cargoes. So depending on what cargo, what kind of temperature. In Chennai, we see a lot of potential for the RoRo facilities because the automobile is very much developed in that area. Thing is. So depending on the industries, depending on the area, we propose from our side, but the market can always improvise on that. These are the impact which I need to spell to out. I'm sure you are industry experienced people, you know the kind of impact is going to, not on the economic side, on the environment side also. So when we develop this, all 35 MLPs and maybe more as the proposals are coming to us, but more important is the integration is done at the highest level in the countries, so delivery happens in a very efficient time, so we can get it delivered on these things. Thank you very much. I have just 2 minutes video, if you just play that. I was very fast, keeping in mind that I am the last person, so if anything is there, please feel free to ask questions, knowingly that last person, so people may be looking. But I must admire the attendance, and I mentioned this is a real PPP because the chairman of the authorities, both the chairman of the authorities are sitting here from 10 o'clock till 6 o'clock in the morning. That reflects the partnership. Yeah.
Right, yes,
just, video, and then we can go to question answers.
We'll play the video
Yes.
first. We'll draw your attention to the screen. It's time for the video first.
India, with more than 62 lakh kilometers of roads, has the second largest road network in the world, comprising of expressways, national highways, state highways, and district roads. The government, through a series of initiatives, is working to improve the logistics efficiency of the country to provide a boost to the economy. In line with the vision of seamless infrastructure connectivity as laid out in PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and under the leadership of the Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has conceptualized the development of multimodal logistics parks or MMLPs at 35 strategic locations. These 35 MMLPs will cater to more than 50% of the nation's road freight movement. MMLPs will enable seamless multimodal freight transfer and efficient movement of goods across the country. MMLPs will also facilitate a hub-and-spoke model of freight movement with hub-to-hub line haul movement on more efficient modes such as rail and larger trucks, thereby reducing cost of freight movement. Facilities such as warehouses, cold storages, bulk cargo terminals, custom clearance, truck terminal, lodging boarding for truckers would be available at MMLPs. National Highways Logistics Management Limited, NHLML, a 100% owned SPV of NHAI, formed under the guidance of Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, is the nodal agency for development of MMLPs. MMLPs will be developed in PPP mode at total cost of approximately 46,000 crore rupees. Project-specific special purpose vehicles will be formed with stakeholders such as central and state government, port trusts and railway authorities to manage the development of MMLPs. Government will provide land and facilitate external connectivity of MMLPs to various modes of transport. Private investors will develop and operate the MMLPs. MOUs have been signed with agencies such as National Industrial Corridor Development Corporation Limited for development of MMLP on industrial corridors and Rail Vikas Nigam Limited for providing external rail connectivity to the MMLP site. For coordinated development of MMLPs, MOUs have also been signed with various port trusts such as Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust, Chennai Port Trust, and multiple industrial development corporations of state governments. Construction work for MMLP at Jogi Ghopa near Guwahati is underway by NHIDCL. MMLPs at Nagpur, Chennai, Bangalore and Indore are ready for implementation. DPR is underway for 6 locations: Hyderabad, Coimbatore, Pune, Mumbai, Anantapur and Visakhapatnam. Pre-feasibility studies being carried out at remaining 24 locations. Development of MMLPs will optimize India's logistics costs from 14% to 8 to 9% of the GDP. and provide an impetus to India's logistics infrastructure by enhancing connectivity, accelerating freight speed and reducing logistics cost, while generating employment opportunities, thus helping India move closer to its goal of becoming an economic superpower.
So, any questions?
Yes. Can you have the mic there, please?
Sir, regarding your model for the PPP operator selection, what is the basis on which you will select? This will be that, how are you going to evaluate that? And second question, our PPP projects are 30 years. I saw this is 45 years. So how has that been arrived at? Just for my information, just for our information.
So, I'll give you first answer to the second question, then come to the first question. The first is, how do you arrive at 45 years? As you can see, the development itself happening in 15 years. So, see, these are large infrastructure projects where entire facility has to be developed. And one cannot expect this will happen in 5 years. Let me tell you, if you are expecting in 5 years, that means we are underbuilding the infrastructure. Then you always says, China उतना बड़ा करता है, हमसे कुछ होता नहीं. It is very difficult for me to convincing my own consultant. They say, no, in 200 acres se demand ज़्यादा नहीं है. I mean, you are talking about 50 years, half a century of estimations. So see the kind of facilities what is required. You should not feel that after 10th year, what will happen? We built the highways in 2004 and 5 of 4 lanes. We are realizing in 15 years we have to build 6 lane and 8 lanes now. And same going to all infrastructures for that matter is. So the 15 years he is able to put his last investment in 15 years. Then he needs some time for recovering his investments. Another 30 years been given to get his recoveries. That is point one. Point two is, this is completely on a pure partnership basis. So we are giving the revenue share basis. Yes. So we are selecting a partner revenue share. One has to really quote the revenue share, and from this, the minimum guaranteed revenue will also be coming out. So a bare minimum he has to he has to commit that this much minimum he will share on annual basis, and every 5th or 10th year onwards we'll check whether you have done the minimum guaranteed revenues. If you are earning more than that, then you become the partner with us, whatever percentage one really quote, X percentage of that. That is, the market has to determine. Market has to determine. Because at the end of the day, he is investing, he knows what facility he has to be really providing.
With this, I think we bring the session to an end. Can you have a big round of applause for Shri Prakash Gaur, sir? So may I request you to be on stage for a few minutes. Your name represents light, and thank you so much for enlightening us with your session. I'd also request Shri Rajiv Jalota ji to join us on stage to present a token of appreciation to Shri Prakash Gaur. May I request Shri Rajiv Jalota ji, Chairman MBPA, to join us on stage to present a special memento from the team to Shri Prakash Gaur. Can you have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? A big thank you to the two gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir, for joining in and presenting your thoughts on the same. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, it's 25 glorious years, the Silver Jubilee celebration. So we're just about to take a break, and we'll be back exactly at 6 p.m. for an evening full of awards for the best performers. Yes, there are loads of surprises and an evening lined up with entertainment, entertainment, and entertainment. How's that going to be? Well, there's a live band performing tonight. Miggy Singh Narula is going to join us, and I'm a radio jock as well, so there's lots more lined up for you. Be back exactly at 6 p.m. Thank you so much.
Every day there's so much pressure. There's so much we must go through. But if you get yourself together, your spirit will attract a few. It's not a lot to keep your head up. There's nothing much I want from you. No need to throw you away to give up. But once you're up, why not reach for a few? Go the distance, take your time. Concentrating on just where you wanna be. Misery's a hindrance. Misery loves company. It only radiates the blues. It burdens possibility.
This is to the people who enjoy a little bit of cardio in their lives. We're going to see how.
indubitably we share the destiny that the Lord has written just for you and me. It'll be a superhuman life for you and me, and you is all I feel to do. Oh my baby, you are. Nobody does what you do, so just for you to feel me too is all I need from you. Then I've got it all. If this is me, vividly in love with you, I fall. Then I've got it all. Exclusively, exclusively, yeah, I've got it all. Yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, yeah, yeah. My heart employs onomatopoeic noise. Yeah, it goes whoosh. When it's time to say I'm your man, our love so full. It's always reaching critical. You even in my skull, even if it seems illegible. Oh, baby, you and me is like the planting of the tree. Cause you told me all you need is the sun and seed in me. So now we're like shore and sea. Together indubitably, we share a destiny that the Lord has written just for you and me. It's a superhuman life for you and me, and you is all I feel to do. Oh my baby, you are. Nobody does what you do, so just for you to it's all I need from you. Then I've got it all. Exclusively, vividly in love with you, I fall. Then I've got it all. Exclusively, exclusively in love with you, I fall.
We are going to start our annual awards in a short time. We'll be having our honorable chief guest for today's function, Shri Shripad Nayak ji, in a short while. Kindly be seated. Thank you.
डायरेक्ट अभी अभी नहीं दिया दिया है ही नहीं इसमें डायरेक्ट दिया मैंने डायरेक्ट दिया है हाँ तभी आ रहा है तू सेट कर ले अभी अभी म्यूट कर दो म्यूट 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 बाद में साउंड चेक करेगा
तो बघा वो एक बार चेक कर लो बस बोल अवार्ड्स अवार्ड्स है ना तो बोले बाद में चेंज करो बाद में चेंज करो So we'll be giving
For our chief guest for today's function, Sri Shripad Naik Ji, Honorable Minister of State for Port Shipping and Waterways and Tourism. Sir, a warm welcome on behalf of JNPA. And a very warm welcome to each one of you for attending today's award function. After today's enriching discussions on public-private partnership, today we all gather here to motivate and also recognize the performance of our stakeholders. Sir, today JNPA is number 26th in global ranking, and we have been judged as India's best performing port as per the recent Logistics Performance Index. Sir, this achievement wouldn't have been possible without the support of all our stakeholders. And today, we all gather to recognize their performance. Sir, we have awards for various categories and are privileged, sir, for you to take out time for awarding them. I request Sri Shripad Naik Ji, Honorable Minister of State for Port Shipping and Waterways and Tourism, to please come on stage. I request Chairman MBPA, Sri Rajiv Jalota Ji, to please come on stage. Our Deputy Chairman, Sri Unmesh Sharadwag Ji.
Can you have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our guest of honor and our directors joining in on stage. It's such a proud moment for all of us. 25 glorious years. जी हाँ 25 साल खत्म हो गए हैं, लेकिन now it's time for the awards. The most awaited time of the evening is right here with us. And these are for the top performers in the year 2021-22. That's right, Maritime Public-Private Partnership Conclave 2022. It's time for the awards. And the first category is for highest container handling by shipping line. You can have a look on the screen. The winners are Maersk India Private Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause for the entire team? And may I request Mr. Wilbert Was, Head Operations, and Mr. Anirudh to join us. Yes, he's the Operations Manager, to join us and to collect the award on behalf of the entire team. Let's have a thunderous round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, Many congratulations to the MOS team. Going ahead, yes, I'll draw your attention to the screen. The next award is for second highest container handling by shipping line, and the winner for this category is MSC Mediterranean Shipping Company. Can we have a loud cheer for Captain Dhananjay Javrekar, Vice President, All India Operations. And I know everybody's looking forward to the next category. So the next award is for highest import container delivery by CFS. And the winners are All Cargo Global Logistics Limited Annex. A big round of applause for Captain Ashish Chandna, CEO, and RVP, Mr. Venugopal Shetty. Let's keep the cheer going, everybody. Many congratulations to the All Cargo Global Logistics Limited team Annex. Going ahead to the fourth award of this evening. And this award is for the second highest import container delivery by CFS. The clear winners are Hind Terminals. May I request Mr. Atul Jagirdar, GM Operations, to join us on behalf of the team. Let's have a thunderous round of applause, everybody. Many congratulations to Hind Terminals and to Mr. Atul. Going ahead, जी हाँ, अगली category, अगला award है highest cargo handling at SWB, that is shallow water berth. And the winners are Ultratech Cement Limited. Can we have a big cheer for Captain Priya Behra, General Manager at Ultratech Cement Limited. जी हाँ, the smile says it all. चलते हैं to the sixth award of the evening. I know hearts are racing. Going ahead to the next award, which is highest liquid cargo handled by consignee. And the winners, Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, BPCL. May I request the Mr. T.V. Pandian, RLM West, and Mr. S.V. Murmu, Terminal Manager, to join us and accept the award. And I love the award-winning walk on stage. Keep that smile on with that style. Going ahead to the seventh award of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. ये award category है for the second highest liquid cargo handled by consignee. और winners हैं Indian Oil Corporation Limited, IOCL. मैं request करूँगा Mr. Anirban Ghosh, the Executive Director, and Mr. Sanjay Parashar to join us on stage to accept the award. And let the excitement continue. जी हाँ, दिल थाम के बैठिए. जो अगला award category है, वो है highest liquid cargo handled by vessel agent. And the winners on the screen, Atlantic Global Shipping Private Limited. May I request Mr. Santosh Manjrekar, the branch manager at Atlantic Global Shipping, to join us and accept the award. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye. Let's have a huge cheer, everybody. And racing towards the 9th award of this evening. This one is the second highest liquid cargo handled by vessel agent. And the winners are Samsara Shipping Private Limited, Mr. Mohammad Hanif Bakshi, the Assistant General Manager, Operations and Equipment Control. May I request Mr. Mohammad Hanif Bakshi to join us and accept the award on behalf of the team. Can we have a loud cheer, everybody? May I also request Captain Pankaj Mehrotra to join us on stage to accept the award along with Mr. Mohammad Hanif Bakshi. It's a pleasure to have you on stage, sir. And yes, going to the next award category, ये 10वां award है, and we have total 19 awards this evening. The 10th award category is for highest liquid cargo handled by tank form, and the winners are Ganesh Benzoplast. May I request Mr. Ramesh Pilani, CEO and CFO, and Mr. Amar Kabra, CEO, to join us from Ganesh Benzoplast Limited. Let's keep the cheer going. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye. A big round of applause, everybody. And the 11th award category is for highest DPD handled in containers by importer. The winners in this category are LG Electronics India Private Limited. May I request the CFO, Mr. S. Peak, and the DGM Exim, Mr. Anand B. Rakhe, to join us on stage and collect the award on behalf of the entire LG Electronics India Private Limited team. Let's have a huge cheer for the team members joining on stage. Can we have a huge round of applause for the LG Electronics India team? We cut across boundaries and the smiles make it even more brighter this evening. Going ahead, जो अगली category है, आइए बढ़ते हैं. The second highest DPD handled in containers by importer, and the clear winners on the screen. Let's have a look. It is HP India Sales Private Limited. Can we have a huge cheer for Mr. Atul Srivastava, Manager India Customs. May I request Sanjay sir to join us on stage. Many congratulations, sir. And proceeding. Wow, I love the adrenaline rush. I love the excitement. Going ahead with our next award category. This is the highest DP handled in containers by exporter. And the winners are Bajaj Auto Limited. Let's have a huge cheer for Ms. Sadhna Varecha, Manager Finance from the Bajaj Auto team. Can we have a loud cheer, everyone? Many congratulations to the Bajaj team and to you, Ms. Sadhna Varesha. Going ahead to our next award category is the second highest DPE handled in containers by exporter. And the winners are, let's have a look. It is Hindalco Industries Limited. May I request Mr. Ghansham Chudasma, DGM in Direct Tax, to join us and collect the award on behalf of the entire team. A big cheer for Hindalco Industries, everybody. We are very close to the last few awards, and the 15th award, ladies and gentlemen. Now here's an interesting highlight. The highest export cargo handled in containers by exporter. And may I invite, yes, I'm highlighting this because she's joining us again on stage on behalf of the entire team. Let's welcome Bajaj Auto Limited, Ms. Sadhna Varesha, one more time. Let's have a huge cheer for the entire team for this award. And the finale set of awards, with bated breath, I announce the next award. It is the highest, and this needs a special highlight because this is the highest import cargo handled in container by importer. One more time, may I invite the LG Electronics India team, Mr. S. Peek and Mr. Anant B. Rakhe, to join us on stage and collect the award on behalf of the LG team. A big cheer for LG Electronics India. Let's have a huge round of applause, everybody. And the smiles get brighter with every award. The last three awards of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. The highest container traffic handled by the terminal. The award goes to APM Terminals Mumbai. Let's have a huge cheer for Mr. Rajiv Bowal, the CEO at APM Terminals. Can you have a huge round of applause, everybody? Truly a moment of pride, and what a moment to cherish on stage. Many congratulations to you, sir, and to the entire team. Going ahead to the second last award of this evening, and this award is for handling 1 million TEUs in a year, first time by the terminal, and the winning team is Bharat Mumbai Container Terminal. May I request Captain T. Madan Mohan to join us, the CEO of the team, to join us and collect the award. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Bharat Mumbai Container Terminal and the team joining in. And with this, we come to the last award of this evening. I know hearts are racing, but this award category is handling 1 million TEUs in a year, first time by the terminal. And the winners are Nhava Sheva Gateway Terminal. Can we have a huge cheer for Mr. Jibuk Itti? The CEO at Nhava Sheva Gateway Terminal. What a moment. I request the team to be on stage for a few more minutes. Jibu sir, please be on stage for a few minutes. And may I request all the winners, along with their trophies, please, if you could take a minute and join us on stage for a quick photo op. Yes, this is one of those moments that we've truly waited for throughout this entire span of time. So requesting all the winners, along with your trophies, please, if you could join us to represent your teams, the award-winning moment on stage. Let's have a huge cheer for everybody winning here tonight. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye, ladies and gentlemen. May I also welcome Deputy Chairman at MBPA, Shri Adesh Tidal Maharaji, to join us on stage for the photo op. This is that one moment we all need to cherish and capture together in our screens. Can you have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the winners here, right here. This is that moment that truly we celebrate together with the entire team. Zordar taaliyan, everybody, for that one special moment on stage. I'm going to take this moment as soon as the photographs are done. I'm going to hand over the mic to Mr. Sanjay Shetty. Sir, इस वक्त आपको ये mic मैं hand over करना चाहता हूँ because truly this is that one moment which redefines the entire industry. The mic is all yours. We're waiting to hear from you.
I think I'll congratulate once again all the award winners. This is, sir, our JNPT family. Over the years, we use our anniversary to give these awards. We've taken today's occasion to use it for that. Sir, the various categories, as you saw, sir, is not just about handling, but all the other stakeholders also who make this JNPT port a success. And last year has been very, very special for us. We broke all the records, 5.68 million TEUs, which has been the highest ever. And at the same time, an independent agency telling us that we are the best performing ports on all the 11 parameters, sir. So it has been a very, very great year. It is obviously not possible without all of us, and I congratulate all of you once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Check. 1. Hey.